Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lord Kosta, and I'm joined today by Ianbits. We're going to bring to you the Elder Scrolls Legends WarpMeta Weekly Tournament number 50, and we have some amazing lineups today as well, don't we, Ian? How are you doing, man? Oh, you're muted still.
Yep, there we go. I forgot about that. Yeah, we have amazing is a word that we could use. It's some interesting stuff for sure.
We're gonna go straight into the bracket and take a look who has joined us for this week. And let's see. There we are. So, right on the top, we have this deck in... I have no idea how to pronounce his name. This deck is Ain't Free. Yeah, I think that's
This
what he's
deck
meaning to
ain't free. It's a Kendrick Lamar reference. I like it.
He already has a bye for the first round, so he will be passing on to round 2. Kalukic and Vendarks are going to be this matchup. Desmond 11 versus Elrod 151. Evil Mark against David KC. David KC is, I believe, the first name that seems familiar, at least. Super Thanks 555 versus Frenzy 1. That's going to be an incredible matchup that we are going to start our day with in just a few minutes. No Neck against Aquaman. Yeah. Dragon Reborn against High Vater. Yellow Wild Wolf against Galvis. Yellow Wild Wolf actually made a pretty good showing on the TRS qualifier last week, so definitely a name to watch out for.
They're doing really well on ladder as well.
Karakonzul also has a bye, and the winner between Coveras BG and Trader Joe finally making his return are going to be battling Karakonzul in round 2. So, Thuldir up against Sile99, Bjati against Nairi. Then we have Flo in the bye round, as well as Dan the Mantis 800 against Endel 133. So many names that I've never seen before, to be honest. I don't know. You probably know more than me.
I recognize Endel for sure. Endel's been jamming a lot of Dwemer aggro on the ladder today, so I'll be interested to see if that's what he brought today.
Oh yeah, Endel definitely has been in WarpMeta for quite a few times, but like Guardian and Basilico, I don't believe I've heard those names before, to be honest. Ramraj against Spiral Ice, Silverfuse actually joining WarpMeta this time as well. So does Lateralis and Rocket Boy 273. That's also a pretty interesting matchup, to be honest. Fictional Zero, Mary against Mary Wall of Storms. Nice username. Hellboy in Hell, I Am Germain, Jelly77, Balbazord, Kusia Kuzmin, Ray Ray Barker. Oh, that's another one I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, that's a really good matchup. Kuzia is a pretty dang good player. I remember a lot from playing Control, and Ray Barker, obviously. The biggest tournament in Tesla history, I believe, still is the first ESL Cup, which Ray Barker took down at like a 150-person field. It was insane. Ray's a really good player.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see him in the later rounds then. So, Devilas True Bale against Muncifer. Muncifer has also been showing their face here in the WarpMeta every once in a while. Mazakote against FR Third. Okay. Ryzen High is in here too, as well as Fab47 and Wendorm. Zalian, Mysterious Moose, Lizardman 69, Tolune Ongut. Tolune Ongut, also a name that I recognize from last week's TRS tournament. Endozoa up against Warlock 05. Oh wow, that's gonna be a hot one as well. Hammer 4 against Ian Samuel, Kickbee against Emikaela, and Mapsilan against Kizis. So all in all, I believe around 60% of these names I've never heard before, which is honestly amazing.
Yeah, a lot of people. I think there's a lot of people who didn't really know that these tournaments existed until a couple weeks ago. There maybe people played a bunch of ladder and know that hey, there's like this weekly tournament come and play in it. It's an opportunity to do something besides jamming the same decks on ladder, and I think a lot of people are enjoying that.
So the first matchup, as we've said for today, is going to be Frenzy 1 against Super Thanks. What can you tell us about these two players? I think they've been a staple for WarpMeta, to be honest.
Yeah, so super thanks. I believe these are two people who have probably won combined two of the top five WarpMeta players of all time. Super thanks has taken down probably 5 or 6 tournaments. Frenzy, I think, has taken around the same number. So it's kind of a no-brainer to start with that one. These are two really good players. Super thanks, multiple-time #1 legend finisher. Took a little bit of break from ladder, but he is coming back. And he said he didn't want a ladder, but I keep seeing him in like the top 20. So we'll see. And
maybe,
then
maybe that's him going easy, you know.
yeah, that's him. That's him taking it easy on people. Absolutely. And then Frenzy is somebody who is he took a little bit of a break as well for Artifact, and he's coming back. And it'll be interesting to see how it works. He's been doing really well in these tournaments though. He is 1-1 and finished second in one in the past couple of weeks. So.
Well, with that said, we'll be going to take a look at the decks that these two players have brought for us today, and we're gonna start it off with Frenzy's decks, which is a warrior deck to start us off. Let me just... Ooh, one sec. Just a small hiccup.
Might actually be painful to watch for me.
So, we start with a warrior deck just up front, and this seems like a slower one.
Yeah, so Frenzy's on my decks today, which is gonna hurt because he's not gonna. He does not have a very strong matchup against the stuff that Super is bringing. Just to spoil it for you guys, this is a ramp warrior that I've been working on for a while, using Flesh Atronach as the finisher rather than a bunch of big stuff in Defiler. I think it's pretty dang effective. It maintains about the same matchup against aggro because it's not really playable until turn 8 or 9. Then it's about big enough, which is the same as the top end, that it's replacing stuff like Vigilant Giant and Iron Atronach. So same matchup against aggro, which is going to be the relevant thing here. But it does change the late game a little bit. I don't think we're going to see a late game because I saw Super's classes. So
so yeah, he's going to be getting stalled out or, winning by turn 7.
Yeah, he is rocking the one of Green Pact Ambusher. That's one to watch. I think most people have ended up cutting that from the Rage Warrior, but Super, I believe, on Crusader and Halalu. So that Green Pact Ambusher is going to be something to look at.
Yeah, I mean, just having a single one of those Green Pact Ambushes in your deck already makes it so that the enemy has to play around it in a tournament setting with open decks. So it's a nice thing to have the enemy having to react to, whether they like it or not.
Yep.
So, second deck is going to be a Redoran list, actually. And again, with Night Talon Lord and Unstoppable Rage. I don't believe I've seen this deck that much so far. So, can you tell us more about it, maybe?
Yeah, so this is another one that this is one I've worked more with Link on. Frenzy, I believe, actually said he hadn't played this one yet, so he just really wanted to bring 2 Rage Warriors, and that's what he did. So it's basically the same thing, but it trades a little bit of consistency for a matchup against aggro, which he's gonna like because Super again is on all aggro. So you see, basically the only thing that yellow's adding is the defensive cards and the removal. So trying to maybe give yourself a little bit more time at the expense of not hitting your combo as quickly.
Yeah, I also like the extra drain from like Ebonheart Oracle and some healing by Emperor's Blade. So it does give you more means to draw out the game a bit longer compared to the regular warrior.
That's one of the nice things about Redoran is Ebonheart Oracle is just so much. You feel so much better running Ebonheart Oracle than Night Shadow, because Night Shadow is just not that good of a card, but you just need to for the drain. And then the thing to watch with Redoran, and basically the reason to play Redoran and why this even functions at all, is Crusader's Assault does some really crazy things with Squish the Wimpy. Again, not sure how much we'll see that, because I think these are going to be pretty fast games, but there's some stuff here you can do in Redoran that isn't available in Warrior. It just doesn't quite get the consistency.
Honestly, my mind hasn't even gone that far to combine Squish the Wimpy with Crusader's Assault. Oh god. I want to see that now.
It does some really stupid things. You can this version probably draws more than the Warrior, like draws as fast through its deck as the Warrior, despite the fact that it's running 25 extra cards, just because Crusader's Assault like forks that you can draw like 6-7 cards a turn easy.
Oh god. Okay, well, let's take a look at the third deck now. Which is going to be a Telvanni list with conscription, interestingly enough.
Yeah, he's been on this for a while. He's just confident in this matchup against aggro, and I think that's totally reasonable. This has done well for him in the past couple of tournaments, and there's no reason to switch off it.
I do like the inclusion of the Flash Atronach once again, and
Yep.
I think it's really interesting to see that the Gatekeeper, at least in these 3 decks, has become quite a staple. What do you think about the card now, after we've had a couple of weeks posts Isles of Madness?
I think it's really good, just because, especially in the other decks when you have Dark Seducer and like other stuff coming down a little bit later, just making it so like they have multiple silence targets. But even just like the raw power level, like it's not really a silence target in this deck. It's just like, okay, in a lot of situations, I'm just gonna play this and hope they can't deal with it. And if your aggro opponent can't deal with it itself, which is for 5 mana, I'd play that.
Yeah, that's either they have instant removal for it, or, well, that lane is not going to be able to do anything for a while. Okay, so with that said, let's take a look at what Super Thanks' decks look like. To start it off, Aggro Crusader, so there's that.
Yeah, and hold on, let me get the bans for you. So the Dagoth list, just as a heads up, has been banned. Frenzy's Warrior got banned instead of the Telvanni, which is very surprising to me. I thought the Telvanni would be an insta ban, but so Frenzy's gonna be off the Rage Warrior and Super's gonna be off the Dagoth. But yeah, he's got the Aggro Crusader, and yeah, this is a deck that is up there as far as best deck in the game. It's just very, very difficult to deal with the wide boards. It's very difficult to deal with just the card draw, the non-stop aggression, and Seal helps that. Seal is, I think, the only Seal and Shining Saint are the only new additions here, and it's just it was a tier 1 deck before the expansion, and people didn't play it right away, but they're coming back to it, and it's still probably a tier 1 deck.
Okay, we'll be seeing how it does against those more control-y decks that Frenzy has brought to the matchup. The second deck is going to be the Dagoth list, so just skimming through it really quickly, it does seem to be a hyper-aggressive one.
Yeah,
topping the curve off with Hand of Dagoth and Underworld Vigilante, that's
yeah, it's just super fast. Everybody go fast. Aggro. You see, this is basically just mid BM with a couple of green cards. Like you'll see the Satanine Courier, see the Manic Jack, Shrieking Harpy, the Wardcrafter Daggerfall, kind of the same, and Doomfang LA as well, kind of the same core as mid BM has been using for a lot, and then he just adds like the best green cards he has available to him, and then 2 Elder Gleam Matrons for some reason. But
I think, yeah, the Giant Snake and the Cliff Racers are definitely a very interesting inclusion, and the Corner Club Gambler definitely gonna work in some card draw into all of that. But since this is banned, won't be taking a bigger look at it for now. Let's see what the third deck is going to be, and it is Hlalu, actually.
yeah, and this was a surprising ban on both sides, because I expected either the Crusader or the Halalu to be banned for Super just based on power level, because I think this Halalu deck is just very, very strong. It's basically just the second Crusader in your lineup. For whatever reason, this version just doesn't seem to have the same struggles as Aggro Veteran, even though the only card draw you're adding for consistency is Corner Club Gambler. But like the Shadow Shifts are just so valuable. The Cliff Racers and Traders are so valuable. Trader itself is just insane if you have Trader with Halalu, because it's so easy to deal with the Mournhold Guardian, and basically just it uses Firebrands and Traders better than maybe any deck in the game, and just kind of rides that to victory most of the time.
Okay, now that we have taken a look at all of those decks, let's tell the players to start, and we'll be jumping in very, very soon. So, all in all, what is your opinion on the matchup? Do you think Super Thanks will be able to out aggro Frenzy, or does Frenzy have the better cards at the moment?
I would definitely say Super's favored in this. I think that when Frenzy was bringing 2 versions of that Rage Warrior, he definitely didn't want to see a triple aggro list. But I think he's probably ecstatic that the Warrior is the one that got banned. I'm confused as to why Super would do that, because I think that Warrior was the worst against aggro among the 3 decks that Frenzy brought, and now he's got the Redoran version, which is the same thing but more tech for aggro, and he's got the Telvanni, which has done well for aggro in the past. So I'm excited to see if maybe he can push through, but I'd still say Super's probably favored in this.
Well, the players are getting into the games very, very soon. So other than this matchup, okay, have you actually been able to take a look at what decks that people have brought in so far? Have you had the time?
I haven't yet. No, this is the only one I've been able to check. There's a lot of people here.
Well, that's a fair argument to make.
I tried to download the deck list so I could look at them, and then Battlefy decided it didn't want me to. I felt very sad about that.
Battlefy is being a bit of an well, you know, sometimes
Yeah.
it's a bit difficult sometimes, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Because now we are going to go into match 1 between Frenzy 1 and Super Thanks, and it's going to be Hlalo against Telvanni.
Yeah, and that's a really strong start for Frenzy. Wardcrafter is definitely what you want to be seeing this early. Sanctuary Pet, definitely what you want to be seeing this early. But strong start on the other side for Super. Firebrand's going to come right ahead and start whacking him.
An instant Crusader's Assault as well. Like, you don't feel bad about running that Node Firebrand into something to gain more cards. That's, whew. Let's see, though, whether... The Wardcrafter would be a good stop to this. Do you ever trade in your Orc Clan Captain to gain the Crusader's Assault damage?
1,000 pardons.
Oh, well, it's not going to matter because he just ripped the Shining Saint off the top, and that's going to be huge. The mini Cloud Rest, and that's a really big deal for Frenzy. Second Wardcrafter pickup is quite nice for him here, but he got set back quite a bit. That was a 2-for-1 that just got taken from him from the top deck.
That's rough. That is absolutely rough. But honestly, if that Shining Saint wasn't there, what would have been the correct play? Like, do you try and ignore it? Do you take it out?
My guess would be just ignore it, push the face damage, and play the Withered Hand. I don't think you want to be Crusader's Assault that turn. You want to be playing a creature pretty much every time. You don't want to give Telvanni an empty board to, just draw stuff into.
That makes sense.
Ooh, now this will be interesting. The Sun and Shadow is a really nice pickup here. Super Thanks might want to be going face here. Nope. Very smartly going to take that trade. Sun and Shadow's going to be blocked off here. Frenzy really wanted to hit that Ice Storm. That Fighter's Guild is really interesting here. He is going to play it to contest the Orc Clan, which I thought he might not want to do here.
Well, he's gonna go for it and play the Withered Hand Cultist to block off possible removal. As you said, Sun and Shadows is not really an option at the moment, but the Thorn Hist Mage is going to slow things down for Super Thanks at least for a little bit.
Yeah,
and merchant though.
Yeah, interesting to see that was a snap decision because he also had access to Wardcraft or Sanctuary Pet, which is a very, very strong play.
Well, it's not like he doesn't still have the option. The Barrow Stalker as well, so he could play all 3 cards in one turn just to completely shut down the offense for Super Thanks.
Yeah, but there is a consideration to even though you have the mana to do so, to holding on to the Barrow Stalker to get ready for this Mentor's Ring. I think you still play it here. I think it's going to block off more damage now, and there's not going to be a good opportunity, I think, for you to have a board to utilize the Mentor's Ring. But it is a consideration to maybe just holding it. The Sanctuary Pet and the Wardcrafter, I think, are coming down here every time, though.
I smell
Well, it is going to be the Barrow Stalker. Warding up the Barrow Stalker is really going to reduce the damage to 0. Unless, of course, the opponent had, a Hlalo Sharpshooter or something like that.
Yeah, and an unfortunate draw there with the Pit Lion. Just because he can't order this in the way he would want, he can't play this Pit Lion into the Sharpshooter. He's going to have to hang at least a little bit of mana depending on what this Mudcrab's going to do.
Well, one of these days, we're gonna be able to see the choices for Mudcrab Merchant and Camel and other cards.
It's a very private shop.
We
can't.
Well, it is not this day. It is not this day that we'll be able to see it. So, yeah, this Mudcrab can be really important. Whenever someone takes this long, it's always just, okay, what they get. This is the Guard Dragon, isn't it? Yeah, the 4/4 Guard.
Yeah, the Guard Dragon. The Shield Breaker is insane. Shield Breaker is nutty here. There might honestly be a consideration for playing this Shield Breaker over the Sharpshooter. I would think it's Sharpshooter, but
yeah, I think you will want to use the Shield Breaker on the upcoming 4/4 Guard, perhaps. So now he takes down the lethal for a very good trade, and the 4 is probably going to go face.
Yep. Ooh, Negation's a really solid pickup here.
Yeah, it can neutralize... No, you know what? You don't even have to. neutralize the Withered Hand Cultist because you can just trade into it, which Frenzy is going to go for. Sorcerer's Negation now taking out the Glyph Tracer for 2 Magicka, and the Revered Guardian coming down.
And it's the old Mudcrab debate. Mudcrab gives you 2 cards, and one of them counters the other. There's the Shield Breaker.
It even makes it possible for the for the Klalu Sharpshooter to trade positively. But for now, Face is the place. There's the pit line as well, and this is going to be rough.
Yeah, but Frenzy's not in a too bad of a position here. Going Blackhand Messenger into Sun and Shadow can get whatever action he'd like.
You go for the Blackhand Messenger into Mentor's Ring to gain the additional health.
I was thinking just doing that next turn. I want to get the Sun and Shadow out, and then do Mentor's Ring paired with something else next turn, because you still get the same attack, and then you have immediate use of the Mentor's Ring rather than making it silenceable immediately.
Well, that's a fair point. I think the Blackhand Messenger is a no-brainer at this point because you want to secure not dying.
Yeah, Blackhand Messenger's coming out. I think the consideration there was whether he wanted to use Ring for the Scouts Report.
I think it's interesting that he takes away the Mudcrab instead of damaging the...
I think he might have messed up there. I'm not sure what he's looking to do here. I guess he's going... Yeah, he is going for the Fire Bloom, but...
Well, okay then.
Going for that over the Mentor's Ring is interesting, taking that Drain off the board. That's a curious decision from Frenzy there. Wanted to play it a little bit safer, I suppose, but getting the Drain on board last turn would have been quite nice.
So down to 8 we go.
Yeah.
That's going to be 1 card drawn.
Super's going to do a little trick here as well, which is... Ooh, never mind. He's going to do the Corner Club Gambler. So what I believe he was going to do there is use the Penantus Oculatus to steal the Breakthrough, which would make it permanent. He's not going to go with that line.
I mean, do you profit that much from Breakthrough at that point in the game, though? Like,
but it's a
2-3 on a 2-3, it won't be that much.
No, but it's a neat little party trick.
Well, okay then. I think the Penantus Oculatus you really want to keep onto your hand to get rid of possible guards or drain, depending on what Telvanni tries to throw at you.
Blackhand is ridiculous here. This is going to clear the Gambler and give drain to the Sun and Shadow and clear the pit line with the Ring Charge. This is a full clear developing the drain. This is insane for Frenzy.
2 Blackhand Messengers drawn is pretty much always a bad sign for aggro, and the Mentor's Ring is just going to seal it.
Not a full clear. I screwed up the math a little bit there. But now 3 drains on the board with Penantus Oculatus, so stealing only one of those drains is not going to get it done. Black Dragon and Penantus Oculatus are the cards for Super, and neither one of those is really going to deal with the repetitive heal that's being presented right now.
Yeah, that's just straight up not going to work, sadly, and
yeah.
What are there any cards for Super Thanks to draw that would be able to just turn this table around yet again?
I mean, even something as simple as Crusader's Assault. I think the big disappointment is when your Telvanni opponent's on 3 cards. You're hoping these are just kind of expensive things that are going to clog up his hand. Maybe you have a turn or 2 to get back into this. But Frenzy with Mastermind Astrid Shrine next turn is a very strong defensive turn that's also going to start drawing him cards. So I think really Super Thanks needs like a Crusader's Assault or a Mudcrab Merchant off its top, and he needs it very quickly.
I think that's very interesting. I would have expected him to take it away from the Guardian, since he isn't going to deal with that in any...
Yeah, I think he just wants Frenzy to attack his face. Like he's willing to trade 4 life for a card, which isn't a great deal for him, but it's still one he's willing to take at this point.
Mm-hmm.
He's hoping that the average card that he draws is going to deal close to 4 damage. Maybe not exactly, but... Necromancer is the pickup. You go up to 16. You're going to play the Necromancer instead of the Shrine just for board positioning here. I'm guessing for the Sanctuary Pet, just for the Shackle.
It's rough. Barrow Stalker might also be an idea here. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah.
Yeah, Barrow Stalker is definitely relevant. Tank Pet is reasonable against maybe some sort of guard that Super would get. I'm not sure if Super's running any guards. I think maybe just the Candlehearth Brawler, but
Okay, so do you just equip the Steel Scimitar here, or do you hold on to it? Because honestly, I feel like you would almost hold on to it. Yeah, never mind.
yeah,
That's,
I was
not
I was
leading
about,
anywhere.
I was about to make a cheeky joke about I would just concede at this point. Super Thank's way ahead of me.
Yeah, the conceit
Yeah,
efficiency right in.
Yeah, Frenzy's on the best strategy with this lineup. Like, as long as you don't have to play the Ian decks, you're in a really good position.
Oops. There we go. Had a little bit of a... Woo! Discord, what you doing?
Discord, what?
Discord, stop! Okay, Ian is back in full size, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here. Please disperse. So, we have a 1-for-0 in favor of Frenzy.
Yeah, and I really wonder if this wasn't just like a gamesmanship thing where they each they each banned out their worst decks. Because I'm really confused as to why this Crusader is still up, but Frenzy likes it. I would have much rather faced the Dagoth just from a resource extension standpoint, but Frenzy's gonna try to take it down.
Yeah, well, the Crusader is in, the Crusader is now, and it's up against Telvanni yet again, so that is a Blackhand Messenger immediately on hand. That's rough, man.
Yeah, Blackhand Messenger isn't necessarily exactly what you need at the start of the game, though. Like, Blackhand Messenger's more of a recovery tool, so it's
Since
it's not
you still want your runes broken before you start.
yeah,
healing
exactly.
up.
You just don't necessarily need heal that early, but at the same time, it's a removal piece, and you know that the Crusader's going to break runes at some point in the game. You don't really need to change your strategy to let them break their runes. They're going to do it by themselves.
So, I don't think you play the Shining Saint. It really depends on what the Mudcrab gives you at this point. The Ice Storm immediately on hand is going to be something Frenzy is going to appreciate quite a lot.
Gets the Cliff Hunter and the Ring of Imaginary Might. Some interesting stuff there. But yeah, he's going to play that just because it's a 2-mana 3/2 in the current board position, and there's no reason to really hold a 2-mana 3/2 back. Trying to get that pressure on the board as quick as possible. Sets up for a pit line if he's able to top deck another 1-drop or a Black Dragon in another situation.
There's a Ring of Imaginary Might, and that's going to be an instant 4/4.
Mm-hmm.
Shadowmere will be able to deal with it quite nicely, though.
Yeah, there's that top deck we were talking about. Oh, he's gonna go with the Black Dragon instead. I'm interested to see that.
I would have expected the Pit Lion, to be honest, since you do have the chance to play it now.
Yeah. Well, I think it's the Shadowmere draw that changed that, because getting this Black Dragon's relatively safe in the field from the Telvanni removal suite. Yeah, Frenzy's gonna try to set up for the Ice Storm by getting this Harpy out to deal the last 2 damage, but Shadowmere's gonna be able to protect it. Unfortunately for Super Thanks, there's a Firebolt on the back end to finish that as well.
But the Pit Lion is going to survive the Ice Storm, so you have something there.
Yeah.
Now, if he draws another Firebolt...
Yeah.
The Kosta curse, right there.
Yeah, I don't even think he's actually going to use this here. He might be waiting a turn for this. He might be
getting him to play more things and also letting him break some runes is not unreasonable in this scenario.
Yeah, I would have probably just taken the clear. The problem is you're not really like happy with your hand state afterwards. But I think the thing is that Super Thanks is a pretty dang good player. He's not going to be, I think, overextending here. He's just going to do something like an East March Crusader, and you're going to be in a very similar position next turn, but on way less life.
I am still amazed, to be honest.
Yeah.
So
now,
yeah.
Super is probably about to get very, very tilted because he was able to protect the 2 big threats from the Ice Storm, but Frenzy with the double Firebolt is going to full clear the board, and then we're moving into... Now this is Blackhand Messenger territory. Now this is, I want to start removing and healing at the same time. I've gotten enough cards. I have the Necromancer. I have the ability to engage my own game plan. I was just able to deal with his. But Garnag as the pickup for Super Thanks is going to make this really rough for Frenzy.
The Shadow
He
Mirror
needs to
on
get-
level 2 is also quite nice for additional reach.
Yeah,
going
he is
to-
going to need to get his board position stabilized very quickly here. And I don't know if Blackhand Messenger into Necromancer is good enough to do it.
Do you ever play Ladith here? I think that would be too greedy, huh? With 1 damage missing.
No, sorry. Super just sent me a message that said, hype viewers up, he's going to die to on stream. But yeah, the Blackhand Messenger into Harpy I think is okay. But you're really not that happy about it. Not having any sort of lethals to kind of set up here is just really unfortunate. It's going to make this Garnag just very tough to deal with.
So, what's the one that he's gonna bring in? He does have a couple of guards, if I remember correctly. Or did he?
Yeah, I think... I don't...
No,
He's got the
yeah.
Tree Minder.
Yeah, the Tree Minder.
Oh, boy. Interesting decision there. And the Crusaders on the side of Super Thanks is going to be quite nice for him.
You're cutting off a bit. It might be not close enough to the microphone, and just look out for that. So, Crusaders Assault, though, that's going to be rough. Down to 6 health.
Yeah,
Frenzy.
6 health and 2 more cards. Frenzy's not feeling too confident about this position. He's going to feel even less confident when that Garnag comes.
That Garnet comes down. Yeah. No, no conscription to be played today, it seems.
No. So this is going to have to be Necromancer into Harpy, and then just hope you can get through that Garnag next turn. But even if you can, Frenzy Super's just going to slam as much development as he possibly can with the 7 mana, and Frenzy's only got the Blackhand Messenger to answer it at the moment.
I mean, if you... Oh, no, yeah, right, you're right. Because even if you do take Garnek out next turn, you'll still only be at 7 Magicka. So there's not going to be any conscriptions anytime soon.
Yeah. And he's just going to get that Thieves Guild Recruit into the field lane just to have something there. Mudcrab Merchant is a very solid pickup. Gives him a 3rd thing to play along the Rift Thane and the East March Crusader here. He's got the U shield, and he's gonna Cliff Hunter. He's gonna Cliff Hunter to take out the Necromancer.
I mean, yeah, you protect your Garnek, you extend your time a little bit longer.
Yeah. He's got the Sanctuary Pet here, though. Sanctuary Pet's quite big. Question's gonna be if we're gonna go with the Bleak Coast Troll here, or if we're gonna go with the Blackhand Messenger. You can use the Blackhand Messenger to take out the Crab, but it's just a question of whether he thinks it's worth it to take out that 2 damage.
Sanctuary Pet, here we go.
Blackhand sees all.
And it is going to go with the Blackhand. He's fearing the Crab.
There is the 7... No way! What? Do you just
one-off.
raiding party here and like attack? Raiding
Might.
party.
You're definitely worried about Menner's Ring, though.
Yeah, you are. How do you solve this?
I think you work under the assumption that he's going to kill your Gurn. The other option is to just Shadow Mirror and fire it at the face right now. Just put him to 1 and say go. But yeah, no, raiding party, and I think we're going to go with the East March Crusader as well.
There's
Gonna
the U
use-
shield. That's gonna be
Yeah.
4/4.
I'm going to go with the U-Shield and the Rift Thane, which is actually just better.
Oh.
And the last Firebrand. And the Rift Thane.
And the 7/7 Shadow Mirror.
Yeah.
Lord.
Gonna fire that at the face. Frenzy just doesn't have, I think, any outs here with the Shadow Mirror in hand. Yeah, he can theoretically live on board at 2, but I don't think he's confident in that 2, and I wouldn't be either.
Well, out of Frenzy's side, I think the only thing you can do is play the Fighters Guild Recruit, Wardcraft it up, and then pray.
Yeah. If he's unhappy with that, the other option is to camel and go digging for a Fire Bloom and try to same situation.
Snipe Garnek.
Yeah, same situation, but it's dead. I think either way, Frenzy's not feeling happy, and then the 7/7 horse is gonna make him even less happy.
I think that's the first time I've seen 7-7 Shadowmere, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right then.
He's a big boy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Are you here for the horse race?
There it is. Yep.
And that's going to be 1-for-1. We have our series in our hands for the very first matchup, and
Yeah.
that was a great one.
Yeah. Now Frenzy's going to be on the control Redoran. This is one that the aggro matchup's a little bit better, but you struggle. I think you do have a decent amount and mostly just having open deck lists with the removals that you have with Redoran. They're going to be pretty aware of what they need to play around at any given time, and most of that is going to involve single target removal. So this is going to be a test to see how well Super can go wide and how well Frenzy can deal with wide boards. And for whatever reason, in Redoran more than the other 7 decks, you notice the inconsistencies a little bit more. You notice the fact that this is, I'm doing 2 different things with this deck, and sometimes I just draw the wrong half. And we'll see if Frenzy can push through.
Ah man, I'm really getting hyped here. This is. I didn't, when I woke up this morning, a 7-7 Shadowmere was not something I had anticipated seeing.
I don't think Frenzy was anticipating it either, because there's like 35 cards left in Super's deck, and he redrew that Shadowmere twice.
That is rough, man. That is rough. So we're going to go into game 3 now. So Super Thanks against Frenzy 1-for-1. That's going to be Redoran against the Crusader. This is Ramp Rage Redoran, mind you. So that's it's gonna be very interesting to see whether Crusader can do it.
You can call it OTK Redoran if you really want to, but I don't think OTK is going to be the. And that's a really solid start for Frenzy. Skaven Pyromancer is good enough to the point where you almost hard mulligan for it in this sort of matchup. But Seal on the side for Super Thanks is just as nutty. It might come down a little bit too late, but it is a really, really strong anti-control card.
Well, yeah, because even if the enemy does clear your lane, that just means they're going to be pushing damage involuntarily and gonna help you draw cards. So Seal is really a win-win scenario for aggro decks like that. Yeah, I do like that. I do like that Scimitar.
Yeah, the Shining Saint's gonna come down. Oh, not the Shining Saint. So he's just gonna go with the 5th Legion Trainer as well. And so this Pyro, I think, is going to come down just to contest. You may be considering Tree Minder here. I wouldn't. I think you need to be a little bit faster onto the board than that. But this Shining Saint's going to come down and keep this Cleric of Kind protected.
I also like the Candleheart Brawler, but yeah, that's going to be the very obvious one, especially since you do make your Shining Saint into a 3-2, so giving it additional stats makes it all the more worth it.
Yep, Candleheart's Brawler is going to, I think, come down next turn. This second Pyro is going to come down, and then the Candleheart's Brawler is going to trade into the Pyro. And this is what we talked about, even with the double Pyromancer start. Super Thanks is just going to go wide. He's going to have 4 creatures in the field lane, I think, and he's going to be challenging Frenzy to deal with that.
Oof. For Magicka. I mean, he is going to play the Tree Minder just to be able to play the Necromancer next turn. But it sure doesn't feel good, man.
No, he wants to go Necromancer into Pyro. It's the current plan. He wants to be doing. He wants Pyro to basically carry him through this game, and it looks okay, but he's gonna take just a ton of damage.
I like the Arcane Venom Tongue as well, though of course it's not the time for it just yet. But later with the Squish the Wimpy, that's gonna be quite a big amount of ramp in one turn.
Yeah. Well, he also has something now to pair with the Skaven Pyromancer next turn. If Squish the Wimpy isn't what he ends up going with.
Yeah, second Skaven is gonna be really good here.
Yeah, this is just a case of too much damage taken.
Oh yeah, down to 9 and seeing Syl come down as well. That's gonna be rough.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely terrified at this point. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't believe there's any way to shut off the Seal this turn. I think this might just be it for Frenzy.
Yeah,
he really wanted the time to.
Yeah, another Skaven is going to take out these two, right? So if you trade these two into the Brawler and then play your Barrow Stalker, then you will be able to survive one more round without it taking damage?
Yeah, you I wouldn't be surprised to see Frenzy go for a more risky line here, because he's the type of person, I think, if you're like single guard and that's your only survivability against an aggro deck, you're just not happy with that. I'm not sure what he could look for that would be better than that, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him just drop a camel and hope for a miracle here, because I think the Pyromancer into Barrow is just a really, really losing play for him.
Behold my power. Let's heat things up.
Well, he does seem to go for it, at least the Pyromancer part.
I smell
Yeah.
He does not trade both into it to be able to have a bit more board presence. He is gonna take 3 more damage though. So Rift Thane into Shadow, perhaps, and just go for it.
Yeah. Here, so well, we're gonna Mudcrab first. Let's see if Mudcrab's gonna give us the game here.
I would almost be. Oh, there's the Bushwhack! Oh lord!
Yeah. Yeah, Mudcrab is Mudcrab is a card.
I was about to say, I don't know if you want to play Mudcrab here because you risk giving your opponent the card that he needs, but like, the Bushwhack was not something I had anticipated with this either.
Yeah. My thoughts on Mudcrab in competitive play are well known, but yeah. So sure am.
Praise the crab gods.
Yeah. Yep. Well,
Oh,
I think Fritzy was in a really bad position regardless. It was going to really struggle just to gain the life, but the Rift Thane was a really bad top deck. There was definitely a position where you could see Frenzy coming back in that game. So unfortunate to see. But, I mean, equivalent bad luck of him hitting a Bushwhack. He could have also just hit anything that let him get past the Barrow Stalker, and there were multiple things in the deck. So not necessarily that unlucky for Frenzy, but just unfortunate it had to be a crab and not a top deck.
Yeah. It just feels extra bad when the opponent gets something that he needs from top deck. But as you said, I think this would have been a very difficult game for Frenzy to come back from. Simply because the Seal was already in play. He didn't have an immediate answer for that either.
He would have been able to clear it, and he would have been able to. He had the Necker to bring back the Barrow to get at least a little bit of heal, and we were looking at 2 turns before the Seal was going to give Super any card. So it was, especially because we could have just gone into the Shadow lane with the Necromancer and started contesting that way. I think he was in a position where he definitely could have come back, but just unfortunate how it turned out.
Well, we are going to take a small break as we set up for the next matchup, so don't go anywhere. There's more to come where that came from. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the WarpMeta weekly tournament for Elder Scrolls Legends number 50. We have reached 50 tournaments. That is quite a number, to be honest. And
Yeah,
sorry.
I think it's actually a little bit more than 50 if you count the EUs. This is just 50 for I think the normal ones.
Yeah, I don't think they were added to the total number. So yeah, you're right. We've reached 50 a while ago. Still, nice round number to be able to have up front.
Yeah.
We'll be going up into the bracket to take a look how some of those matchups have turned out, and then we'll be going into the next match very, very soon. So let's take a look. Let's take a look where we're at. Let me just reload this real quick. So Vendarks is now playing this deck ain't free. Desmond 11 has reached round 2, as well as David KC. Super Thanks, as we saw a few minutes ago, did beat Frenzy 1 and will be now facing Aquaman 88, fierce opponent as well. High Vater up against Yellow Wild Wolf. Karakon Zul now against Trader Joe. So Trader Joe making his return and taking down Kovaras. That's quite impressive in itself. Sile actually took down Thuldir, so Bjarti is going to be their opponent for round 2. Flo up against Endol. Guard Jan against Ramrash is going to be match number 40. Silverfuse up against Rocket Boy, so Lateralis already out in round 1. Fictional Zero did take down Merry Wall of Storms, and Hellboy in Hell now as is there as well. Jelly up against Ray Ray Barker. Those are two players that have known each other for quite a while. It's gonna be one hell of a matchup as well. Muncifer against Mazakot. Risenhigh against Fab47. Mysterious Moss against Tolone Ongut. Endozoa against Hammer 4 is already over. Endo already trying to speedrun this tournament and is already in round 3. And Michaela up against Mabsalan for the very bottom. The matchup we're going to be commentating right now is going to be Mysterious Moss against Tolone Ongut.
Mm-hmm.
So as I've said before, Tolone was in the TRS qualifier last week, but do any of the two names ring a bell for you?
Yeah, Tolone is somebody I recognize from a while ago. He's been playing wonky control decks for a very long time. He has gone to Control Dagoth and Control Halalu more than the others lately. But he has been hanging around top 10 of the ladder for most of the season. I think as high as like 2 and 3. So very solid player. Mysterious Moss, somebody I don't really know anything about, but he brought some interesting decks. So
yeah, with that said, we'll be taking a look right now. First of all, let's see what Mysterious Moss has brought. And for some reason, Battlefy did decide to throw me out of the... OBS. Hold up. We got this. Hey, there we go. So, taking a look at the first deck that Tolone has brought us is going to be a Tribunal list, interestingly enough. So, what pops out at you if you take a look at that immediately?
Not a whole lot, to be honest. The Wake the Dead is something we've been seeing a decent number of people run, with Memory Wraith and Death Priest kind of becoming sort of auto runs based on the amount of warrior. We've seen Wake the Dead come in, and then a Vigilant Ancestor if you need to pull something defensive. That's still sort of in the testing phase, not 100% whether that's correct or not, but yeah. Aside from that, you've got the Crucible Blacksmith to pull the Mentor's Ring. So a couple interesting little tech choices, but for the most part, you're seeing kind of the standard Tribunal removal suite.
What does pop out to me that's not usual is the Divine Fervor. I don't think we've been seeing a lot of Divine Fervor in Tribunal control lists, so it's a very interesting choice to be made here.
That's something that Thuldir's been running. I think a decent number of people have been running that as a finisher, just because you're a lot more board based. It lets you basically turn your early game into late game. Turns stuff like Pointy Wall of Spikes become significantly better if you have the Fervor. It lets you chain Necromancers for board position. It's just very simple late game card that doesn't hurt your matchup against aggro as much as maybe some of the other ones like Parthenex. So.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the second list then. It's going to be a Dagoth list with Conscription and Red Year to top things off. So Very, very slow in comparison to the Dagoth list we saw a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, he loves his wonky Dagoth control, as I have described it, and this is very much wonky. Meant to be very, very much just targeted at the aggro decks, but it does run the conscriptions and the journey, so maybe it can push out something against one of the other control decks. I would think it's a little bit quite unfavored in those matchups, just based on the fact that it's not going to draw through its deck quite as fast as the other ones, something like a Telvanni conscription. But maybe it can push through against Tribunal if we see that in the list for the opponent.
I do also find the inclusion of Moonlight Werebed really interesting. It's there to be a prophecy, right? If you break the first rune and suddenly a Moonlight Werebed, that's nothing any aggro deck wants to deal with ever. But as you said, it's wonky to say the least. Yeah.
Yeah. The only I think Warbet's totally fine in this list. I think the only reason you would ever play Dagoth Control is you really like the aggro matchup and you want to be beating aggro, and Werebad is just a good card against aggro, so I'll throw it in there.
So third deck is going to be a sorcerer list. Sorcerer. Yeah. I had a bit of a brain lag right there. So anything that stands out here? I do like the 3 Wilds Incarnates.
Yeah, I was gonna say I really don't like the Wilds Incarnates. So most of the time I've talked about this, I really don't like the Wilds Incarnate in decks like this where it's board position based. So he's running a lot of like low cost creatures. He's running a lot of aggressively statted creatures, and you take the turn off to Moose. You play an understatted creature so you can play your statted so you can draw 2 creatures to play the next turn. Whereas I think in this position it's better to just play something like a Bone Colossus or a Mighty Conjuring. So you just put the stats out immediately. You front load the stats rather than backload them. You don't give your opponent as much time. I think Wilds Incarnate is just a lot better in decks that utilize burst, and we don't even see something like a Satanine Courier in this list for Tolone. So it might just be he's trying to target control because he really likes the Dagoth's matchup against aggro, and he feels like the only thing he really needs to do is beat other control decks. But I think there are better finishers, but obviously it's not bad. It's something that you can definitely find use out of, and it's something that can be effective in a lot of situations. But we will see if those situations arise, and it very well might, considering the deck lists the opponent's running.
Yeah, well, speaking of the other decks, let's see what Mysterious Moss has prepared for today's tournament. So, starting things off, a Redoran list with Doomcrag Vampire as well as Odahwing, Mirak, Red Year, Blood Magic Lord. That's another one I haven't seen in a while. And Patron Commander.
I'm a little bit mad we're not going to get to see this deck because I feel like this is a style that people should do more. Whenever I see people play Redoran Conscription, they're basically putting all of the aggro cards in and then just skipping all the middle turns. He built this deck a lot better. He gave himself some mid game. He gave himself a little bit more of a removal suite, and basically all of the cards are defensive. So this looks a lot more effective as a control deck than I think most of the Redoran Conscription lists usually look. And I would have liked to see that. Unfortunately, this one did get banned.
Oh well, maybe in the next round if he manages to pass Tolone.
I do just want to say the Blessing of the Grove, by the way.
I myself want to see a Night Mother.
I've never seen a Blessing of the Grove actually played. Like not even like by a random opponent in arena or something.
Where is it? There it is.
I've never seen that card actually hit the board.
Well, not gonna be seeing it today either, it seems. So let's take a look at the second list, which is going to be a Battle Mage, Prophecy Battle Mage as well.
Yeah, to say this is a high Prophecy deck is sort of understating it. This is 72% Prophecies, going as far as Spear of Embers. Just really trying to hit those aggro decks.
And he runs 3 off Gladiator Arena. Just want to point that out. That's a thing.
Gladiator Arena, I think, is totally a fine card, especially against something like a Tribunal. But it's I don't know if it's gonna work out for him.
Well, we shall see. So next list.
I think it's a very solidly built deck, though. I think it's very solid. The Spear of Embers is somewhat questionable. I think it's very solidly built. I just don't know about Prophecy Battle Mage's position right now in tournaments, but we'll see if he can push through with it.
I mean, if you see a very, very high aggro meta, putting in more prophecies or a lot of prophecies can work out for you. We'll just have to see whether that actually happens. He is in
Yeah.
round 2, so he already won 1 match. So there's that. The third deck, though, is going to be a warrior list, which is straight up Doomcrag.
Yep, just a relatively normal Doomcrag list. One of Groutwood Ambusher is really weird when you already got the 3 tiny dragons, but maybe just for the prophecy. Maybe it was an old list and he just forgot to edit it out. But yeah, especially with only 2 raiding parties in the deck, I'm curious about the Groutwood Ambusher, but I don't think it matters too much aside from that. Galen is a little bit weird because most of the time you want to be drawing through your entire deck, so adding more cards to your deck isn't necessarily a good thing. But maybe it's trying to hedge around something like Piercing Twilight or Cast into Time. Yeah, it's Doomcrag.
Okay.
Oh no, there is 3 raiding parties. Sorry, there was one hiding that was premium. Okay, yeah, that's okay. I'm fine with the one of Groutwood then.
All right. It seems like the players are already in game and waiting on Mulligan for us, so we won't keep them waiting much longer. So, Ian, what are your predictions for this matchup?
I basically got nothing here. I'm really, it's really gonna come down to Q order. I think if he can snipe that Prophecy Battle Mage, then he's gonna be in trouble. He wants that Prophecy Battle Mage out of the way before he puts his Sorcerer in. If Talonay's able to do that, I think he's pretty heavily favored. If he's not, then I think it's a toss-up.
So, we'll see the Battle Mage up against the Tribunal for our very first matchup, and it's
I
going
do
to
apologize
have-
about the second hand having a spectate bug, so we do gotta wait for the game to start for me to get the second hand up for you.
All good, all good. It's gonna be there very soon, and we did actually see the Wake the Dead ring out into Wake the Dead to be able to draw Vigilant Ancestor as a 5/5. So that is now a thing, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a 5 mana 5/5.
Yeah, that can't
Not
attack.
even good.
I mean, if you don't have any gods, like that man started with Ice Storm, Dawnbreaker, and Reverberating Strike, so I can't really blame him for using that.
And I love the Wardcrafter here. Wardcrafter is a card you don't see a lot in Prophecy Battle Mage, and I don't know why. I think it should just be an auto-include. It's really, really strong in these sorts of scenarios. If you're, early on, your opponent's going to be trading into your stuff. You know they are because you're playing understated creatures, so just make it so they have to take 2 attacks.
I will have your head.
So, now we do see the other hand as well. There's yet another, what's the name? Green Pact Ambusher, as well as a Circle Initiate. So, Mysterious Moss already going hard into the offensive here. The Vigilant Ancestor going to be quite a good answer for it, though. At least taking off 2 creatures. That's at least what he hopes for. Is considering the Endoril.
Yeah, I think he's gonna take a pounding here and then fire off the Ice Storm, but the Scimitar's gonna punish that if he ends up going with that line. I would think against a deck this aggressive, I would be very aggressively protecting my life total. Because if you get into a certain range against this sort of deck, you know he's running Triple Gladiators Arena, you're gonna be in trouble.
Not only that, this has a lot of reach in itself, right? It's probably running some lightning bolts somewhere in there, so red is always. Did we see a lot of charge in this? I don't even remember, to be honest. We did see Ancano, which is already on the field, and Gladiator Arena. Okay, well that puts things on a timer for Tolomei, that's for sure.
If he can find some time to play that Death Priest, he's gonna be happy about that. Skinhound into Dawnbreak would be a really interesting play here. You're worried about the Silence, which I believe is in the deck for Mysterious Moss, but I'm not happy with the Ice Storm here, and we'll see if Tolonei agrees. Oh, he's gonna go with the Mastermind instead. Just try to find a better option. Mine's a Javelin. Yeah.
Not exactly what he wanted to draw, I assume. That would have been a lot better as a Prophecy.
Been really nice for Mysterious Moss that he's been able to get this Gladiators Arena out, just because the board position is currently in a really solid state for him. He knows that Tolonei doesn't really have the time to remove this arena until he takes back the board. The pointy wall of spikes is going to be really big here, though.
Wouldn't you have Ice Storm though? For 2 creatures is rough though. That's for sure.
Yeah. I don't think he was planning on Ice Storming. Now the big question is going to be whether he wants to do Death Priest or Javelin. I would think this is just going to be a Javelin, having drawn the cast. Other option is to just, again, Dawnbreaker this.
If he plays the Hell of Death Priest, he's gonna have a big smile on his face, that's for sure.
I think the hardest tool in your hand right now to use is the Dawnbreaker, and the Dawnbreaker, yeah, Dawnbreaker is functioning as a javelin here. I think this is a really solid play by Tolone.
So, we do see the Spear of Embers played with...
Yeah, and he gets to chuck it too. Even it's really solid for him there. And this Ancano is going to come down and oh, the Edict of Azura is very, very, very nice for him to pick up. Negation into Edict was, if you could stack your deck, that's probably the 2 cards you put on the top here. And now the Ancano is going to put him at 5, but it's not going to quite close it out.
Well, it's a matter of time until he draws even more reach. I would definitely do Ancano here, but that's
Oh,
just
he's gonna save it. He's gonna. He wants to take the
I smell fresh meat.
the draw. He's gonna hit the Greystone Ravenger.
and that's gonna be a nice storm if I've ever seen one.
Yep. Still no time to play the Death Priest for Tolone, and now I think there's no question this Ancano is the next card coming out. Apparently I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Well, Mysterious Moss is thinking, okay, so the Ice Storm is down. What are the chances of playing him playing another one? And then the Tolonai's deck is basically telling him, play the Death Priest. What are you doing?
Nope, he's not playing it.
The Heart of Cards knows better. You should trust it every once in a while.
Yeah. No, I think Mysterious Moss's plan there was to try to use the Ancano to push more than 5 potentially with a
Oh, the Lightning Bolt. Well,
Yeah.
that's a GG.
Yep. Gonna need heal off the top, and he doesn't have it. So that's gonna be it for Tolone, and the Gladiators Arena ended up pushing about 6 damage, I believe, in that scenario, 6 or 8, which was very strong for him. And seeing that whiff is gonna be absolutely terrifying for Tolone, because he knows that's either a Spear of Embers or a Lightning Bolt or a Scimitar possibly, and it's a bolt that's going right at Tolone's face. So yeah, he wasn't able to get the Death Priest down to hit the Ancano, and he just took too much damage in that early game. A little bit too clunky hitting the shrines is really nothing but the hard removal against Prophecy Battle Mage, and that is a very favored matchup for Tolone, and he can't be happy with not being able to push through in that.
Oh no, absolutely not. But I, however, am happy that we're gonna get to see the Arena Battle Mage for another turn.
Yep. Yeah, now Tolone's left with the very aggressive Sorcerer, again, running the triple Wilds Incarnate against the Prophecy Battle Mage. That's basically just going to be a 7-mana 5/6 guard in this game, and that's going to be a little bit rough for him. Not that Bone Colossus or Mighty Conjuring would be any better in an aggressive game like this, but he definitely took the Sorcerer for control, and he's going to have to break through the aggro first.
So let's see whether the players are gonna get into the game immediately. Just setting it up as well. Man, what's going to be the next matchup against the Battle Mage? What was the ban?
The ban was the 85 card Veteran.
Oh yeah, right. 85. Oh lord.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are in the game. So let's see what happens next.
Yep.
Okay. Sorcerer against Battle Mage. So this is at least going to be an aggressive against aggressive matchup. Not sure if you're all too happy facing a full Prophecy deck.
Yeah, I think most of the time Tolone's going to be somewhat controlling in this matchup, and having the negation and the bolt around early is quite nice.
Okay, well,
Greetings.
they did. Never mind. Alright, I just wanted to make sure they weren't waiting on the mulligan, but they obviously are not, so
Oh.
all good.
Oh, we're in the wrong one, sorry.
So, there's the catapult into a possible Skinned Hound for the next turn, so that's that always is a quite big power play.
I smell fresh meat.
Yep. Catapult into Skinned Hound is going to be nice for him. No real answer on the side of Mysterious Moss in terms of silence, but he does have the
The double
Warcrafters.
Warcrafters.
Yeah.
Oof, yeah.
yeah, kind of trade up into this.
Careful there, friend.
Yeah, and yet again we see that the Woodcrafters putting down a ton of work on this Battle Mage list.
Yeah, Wardcraft is just a good card. Play it in your decks, guys.
Who would have known? So we do see the Barrow Stalker coming in right after the Sorcerer's Negation. Interestingly enough, Tolone is considering putting it in the Shadow Lane just to be able to heal up a bit.
Yeah, potentially trying to play around it. Exactly, the Orc Clan, the Spear of Embers.
Orcs at the ready.
Yeah, there's the Orc Clan that is going to put down quite a bit of damage in here, though.
We'll see how they like someone
I
who
don't
fights
feel like
back.
he even has time for a Haunting Spirit at this point. It feels like Wardcrafter Barrow Stalker is the way to go to try to stop the bleeding
Yep.
as best as possible.
Yeah, Wardcrafter Barrow Stalker is a very solid turn here. He's gonna go with the Windkeep in Spirit instead. Interesting, he's gonna take a ton of damage here. And the Harpy's gonna be really nice as a pickup for Mysterious Moss. Yeah, going down to 10 is gonna be really dangerous for Talana here. Just doesn't have a lot of effective heal.
Shrieking Harpy is going to lock down that Spirit. And a Mystic Dragon just to top things off and start aggressing onto the Shadow Lane as well.
Yeah, we have the we do have the Skinned Hound and the Wardcrafter, so some pretty solid turns available for Talane. He has the ability to go Skinned Hound, Wardcrafter, Barrow Stalker, which is a very strong defense.
Yeah, if you skin down the Windkeep Spellsword as well, or even the Barrow Stalker, I guess it would put it to 2-5. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's interesting to figure out where exactly these buffs go.
Oh no, actually the Haunting Spirit is probably the best choice.
Yeah, Haunting Spirit's a really interesting choice. Although, unfortunately, if he's able to top deck a buff, that would allow him to push through in one attack versus guaranteeing you 2 attacks with the... Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to split this up. In my mind, I was thinking Wardcrafter and then hit it up. But he might be wanting to Wardcrafter one of these Barrow Stalkers for heal reasons. Just a lot of different ways to do this turn. Yeah, he ends up going with the Wardcrafter and the Barrow Stalker to try and keep that alive. Circle Initiate is something that Talane can deal with at the current board state, so feeling okay about that. And 10 is an okay life total. I think you're all right most of the time with 10, especially getting to basically clear the board, reset here, and
Even
figure it out from there.
Even Hiking Emmerich is here, so he could take down that dragon for free.
Yeah,
while
and I'm
keeping up
expecting.
Barrow Stalker.
Yeah, I think that's going to have to be the plan, and then hope your opponent doesn't draw any sort of buff. Because even if your opponent does draw a buff, you can play this Crown Quartermaster in the Shadow, or the Emmerich in the Shadow if you really feel you need to clean up a buff next turn.
Breaking a rune at this point in the game. Well,
Yeah, I'm pretty okay with that. I think at a certain point in the game, you're gonna need to establish your own game plan as well, and that includes killing the opponent. So, in a turn like this, where you have a very clean turn and you're not really afraid of anything your opponent can do, I don't mind breaking the rune, because you might end up needing to break a rune on a less advantageous turn in the future.
That's a very good point, yeah. And at the end of the day, getting that Barrow Stalker removed wasn't really the end of days either. So
No.
Wardcrafter, Lightning Bolt. There is a consideration here for Lightning Bolting the 4-1.
Yeah, there's a consideration for Lightning Bolt before one. I think you're doing that most of the time. And then the question becomes whether he wants to Shade or whether he wants to Wardcraft or Windkeep. It looks like he's going to go with the Shade. I would just take this trade with the Emmerich. I don't think it's worth preserving the ward. So now with we've got 12, 14, 19 damage. Yeah. And that bolt's only ever gone one place, but Talane is pretty safe at the 6. Ancano is a really good top deck. He does have lethal, but you maybe want to take another turn against the Prophecy Battle Mage. Just a very tough decision, because you're only developing an extra 4 power, actually 5 power, I guess, if you play the dagger.
The
But,
interesting thing is that there are no more. There's only one more Lightning Bolt left, right? So other than that, there's not a lot to threaten you at this point.
Yeah. So Talane is committed here. If Mysterious Moss is able to stop the lethal, he's going to be in a very solid position, but it needs... I don't think there was anything there after that last attack. It needed to be something on the initiate turn, because he needed to block that last 5 coming in from the Corrupted Shade. Wasn't able to, and Talane beats the aggro deck with the anti-control deck, and loses to it with his control deck, so...
Well, it's gonna be 1-for-1, and Mysterious Moss is going to be forced into the other deck that they have available for this
Yeah.
matchup.
I know I normally don't really try to comment on like deck sizes and stuff like this because we do have all manner of players coming in to play, but it is definitely worth noting that Doomcrag is a deck that really wants to cycle through basically its entire deck. It's also a very synergy heavy deck, and Mysterious Moss has added extra cards to that. He's running 57 cards in that list, makes it take a little bit longer to get through the deck, makes it a little bit harder to find the Namiras and the Doomcrags, and we'll see if that ends up mattering.
Yeah, I think especially when it comes to a deck like another similar deck would be Abomination Scout, and Doomcrag is being one of them, where you basically do want to just dump your entire deck into your graveyard if you had the chance. Then this increased deck size definitely gets relevant. So let's take a look. So they are going to go into the next match.
Yeah. If 75 card decks have taught us anything, it's that this is probably going to be more consistent than the 50 card version.
Well, only one way to find out. Mysterious Moss says Doomcrag Warrior against the Sorcerer list with Wilds Incarnate.
And I think there is a thought to keeping this Wilds Incarnate. There's an actual thought to keeping this Wilds Incarnate because you know it's going to trigger against this Doomcrag list.
I mean, how is it? Yeah, I mean it is going to trigger, but do you want to have it on your opening hand though? I don't know. I think you want to get as many aggressive cards in here as possible.
Yeah.
So I would. If there are 3 of those, so the chances of him drawing another one aren't particularly low. I would definitely.
I would think if this was one of those decks that was running a just a one of Wilds Incarnate, I would probably keep it off the mull. But knowing that you run 3 and you don't necessarily need to keep it to see it, probably pitch it. But I think there's definitely a consideration. I think you think about keeping it here, and he's going to end up going in another direction. Interesting to see him pitch the Quartermaster as well. Lots of things in the deck for Doomcrag, so Quartermaster not really finding as much value in this matchup.
Not only that, but you are starting with the ring. So the Quartermaster has the maximum value when you can just play him turn 1. And having the Windkeep spell sword now instead is definitely a good trade-off.
Yeah. And he's going to be able to contest this with the Sharpshooter Scout. He has the Tiny Dragon ready to go for next turn. Tiny Dragon's a really solid card against this sort of deck. They run just a ton of wards, and just getting the contest out there, just being able to contest more effectively early, even though it's just a 2-mana 1/1, is a really big deal.
Instant Haunting Spirit. This was a very interesting decision. Barrowstalker to protect the 2/1 would have been relevant as well as the Daggerfall Mage itself.
Oh, yeah, but he top decks the next Sharpshooter Scout, and that's going to be a clear board. That is a very strong start. Tiny Dragon again showing it's 2-mana 1/1, deal 2 damage, and it only scales up from there if the lane gets fuller.
This day will be
I
mine.
smell the stench.
However, Tolone does have the option of just replacing the cards. He definitely does. It definitely doesn't feel good to lose the. That was some shriek. Holy moly! Definitely doesn't feel good to lose the Haunting Spirit without having the effect go off. But there's more cards to be had here. Daggerfall Mage, another very strong way to take control of the field lane.
Yeah, Daggerfall Mage is a really tough card for Doomcrag to deal with, but he is running the triple Sharpshooter, so triple Silence is going to get that density to the point where he's going to be able to hit this.
Ooh, I do like the fact that the Shrine is online at this point as well. I expect him to definitely keep the other North Firebrand. So
yeah,
let's
this
see.
is very difficult position, I think, for Tolone. Just very awkward. The bolt being in hand from the get-go is just presenting a problem for him.
So Barrowstalker is going to block off the offense very efficiently. I wouldn't expect the Catapult to become relevant anytime soon.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. This Catapult's not going to get a whole lot. Losing field lane against a Doomcrag is not something you expect as a sorcerer, especially on ring, but the bolt has really been mucking up the hand for Talane, and the
Mirror
shrine coming
Shrine.
online is
That was
is
some insane
looking
card
very
draw
grim.
in that turn.
Yeah, looking very grim for Talane.
As you said, apparently the extra 7 cards increase consistency, so I don't know what your
Yeah.
problem is, Ian.
Yeah, there's math behind that probably. I'm not gonna do the math, but it's probably there.
They've no move we can't
Angel
anticipate.
Mastermind to keep drawing. Now there is a couple of options, either going for the Sharpshooter Scout or even just going for the Tree Minder here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go Firebrand into Tree Minder, trigger the shrine. Clean that up, make sure that Catapult's not gonna be hitting face anytime soon. Daggerfall's a reasonable pickup here for Talane. He needs to get more gas. He needs to present a pretty dangerous board state, so Daggerfall is probably one of the best draws in the deck, aside from that card, which is the Moose.
By the fires of oblivion.
Yeah, these are going to be a lot more difficult to remove.
So
Then again, I mean, if you have 2 of those Skaven Pyromancers,
Yeah.
everything
Double
is relative.
Double Pyro Sharpshooter is going to clear everything but the Catapult.
My arrows shall fly true. They missed their shot.
But the Moose is going to come down, and we'll see. Like Talane has sort of lost the board position at this point. We'll see if Moose can help him take it back.
Full Moose activates Barrowstalker as well as that Quartermaster coming
Yeah.
right down. There is a consideration to be made to keep that, to be able to activate the Catapult next turn.
Yeah, I think you're pretty confident in your ability to activate it, though. You have double 2-drops, and most of the time you're drawing something that'll finish us off here. And I think you're also not as concerned about that because there's a pretty good chance this Catapult's just going to get traded into this turn anyway.
I mean, yeah, there's that, I guess. Another Moose.
Yeah,
Oh,
another Moose is
that's
nice.
what I like to see.
Yeah, and the hand is just Nord Firebrand, Ashlander, Zealot, Nord Firebrand. That's a very light hand for Mysterious Moss, and we're about to see some heavy stuff start to come down.
I mean,
Not
this
even
is
so
the
much the
point
card
where
draw,
you would
just
have liked to have the Doomcrag at this point in the game, and the fact
Yeah.
that it's turn 9 or rather turn 10 and you haven't seen a single Doomcrag, that's gotta hurt at least a tiny bit.
I mean, he's the one who puts 7 extra cards in his deck. You can't complain when you're not drawing your synergy pieces. It's a very synergy-heavy deck. It's very prone to bricking, and you dilute your synergy, you make it less likely to find it. I mean, there's a reason people run Rapid Shot in every deck, because it basically allows you to run a 47-card deck, and that's valuable, so...
We do see the second Siege Catapult coming in now. There's a consideration for the Tome, but it's not a big consideration.
Yeah. And I'm curious to see what attacks get made. If I'm Talane, there's a consideration for trade, leave him at 26 and go in next turn, because he's kind of shown you that he has a bad hand.
If he drew that Doomcrag
But
there,
not with
though-
not with the double bolt in hand. Never
Oh,
mind.
yeah.
What am I talking about? This is just lethal. Yeah, able to build the board again. Mysterious Moss just not finding the cards he needed, and the 50 deck the 50 card deck squad is probably feeling a little bit vindicated right now.
I mean, that double moose though, that you know,
Yeah.
that was a pretty good back-to-back top deck.
It started with Daggerfall though. It started with Daggerfall. The Tome was the first thing that drew the Moose. The first Daggerfall got answered, so his first draw got shut off, and then the second draw found the next draw, found the next draw. It's usually how that sort of stuff works: is draw begets draw begets draw, and he was able to push through. So.
Well, with that said, Tolone going further to round 3, and we'll be taking a very short break as we set up for the next matchup. So see you in a couple of minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the WarpMeta Elder Scrolls Legends weekly tournament number 50. I am joined here by Ianbits, and we'll be going into round 3 of today's tournament. And those are two names that both of us do know quite well. So which is going to be the next matchup, Ian?
Next matchup is going to be Bjarti versus Trader Joe himself. The return of the Joe. I'm not sure if he's coming back to play this game as much as he used to, but he's decided to participate today, and we're gonna get a chance to watch what he's brought.
Yeah, and with that said, we're going to go into the deck lists right away. Starting off with Bjarti's lists. Yeah, if only Battlefy, if only Battlefy did what I asked it to one day.
It's be too easy.
So Bjarti's first deck is going to be a Tribunal control, it seems.
Yep. And if I know Joe, and I do because I can see the bans, I would guess that this is going to get insta-banned. Tribunal is very good at preying on the aggressive lineups. I think this is actually exactly 1-for-1 Thuldir's list.
Lord.
Maybe there's one or two off, but yeah, just play
there's a Parthenax
heavy
in here,
anti-aggro.
so there's that.
Yep. Yeah, Thuldir was running the Parthenax and the one of Soltaire as his late game, which I think is totally fine. And yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just exactly Thuldir's list, which is fine. If you're gonna deck anybody, Thuldir's one of the best people to do it. So
can't argue with that. Although I do remember there only being 2 Divine Fervors instead of 3. So
yeah, I think
there you have it.
Not sure when he swapped her out. He kept the 2 of Crown Quartermaster, the 1 of Fire Bloom, the 1 of the Parthenax, and the Soltaire. It's just found room for one more Fervor, which is fine because I liked that deck and I wanted another Fervor as well, but I'm not sure what he cut.
So second list is going to be the Telvanni, another high control heavy list with 2 Tullius conscriptions instead of 3.
Yep.
Interestingly enough,
I think this is actually just a Thuldir deck as well. I'm not 100%. I think Thuldir was one of the people who's only running 2 conscriptions, which is, again, it's fine. Telvanni conscription, very solid deck. Flesh Atronach as a finisher instead of Journey is something that I very much like. I think it's better to just kill your opponent than to Journey and take a bunch of more turns. I'm always a fan of game just being over rather than, even if you're in a super favored position after the Journey, if you can make it so there isn't a position after the Journey, the game's just over and you won, then yeah, that's even better.
So third deck is actually going to be the Ramp Warrior yet again. We do see it topped off by Iron Atronach and Night Talon Lord, so that's the thing now.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, only 2 Unstoppable Rages instead of 3.
Yeah, so there's a theme here. I think this is Thuldir's version as well. It's Iani's version, but Thuldir was the one who was running 2 Rages. So I think he might have actually just taken Thuldir's lineup from the tournament that he won and run that one, which is a totally legitimate strategy. I'm a fan of cutting down to 2 Rages. I think that's a good decision. I think as far as top end goes, you very rarely ever need 3 Rages, and having a second one you can use one defensively and one for offense is totally fine. Yeah, I think Thuldir made the right cuts with the deck. Iron Atronach is interesting. It's sort of an anti-tribunal tech and occasionally high rolls against aggro with Defilers. Iani's proved that it's at least somewhat effective. I think there's better things to do in Warrior, but I don't think it's that close. I don't think it's not close or anything like that. I think you can do a lot of different stuff with the Warrior top end, and you can have success with it. So,
Okay. Having taken a look at Bjarti's lists, control with Ramp Warrior. Oh lord, this might be a slow one, but it really depends on what Trader Joe has brought.
It's Joe. It's not going to be slow.
Knowing him, well, we do see the Tribunal Telvanni list up front, but that man has brought Taskat and Kano, Giant Slayer, Cliff Racers. That's aggressive Telvanni if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it's a smart Telvanni. Don't let the fact that there's like a bunch of stuff at the top end fool you. Like, those are all one-ofs. This is aggro Telvanni. This is, jam stuff in your face. The Blackwood Distiller is really interesting. I'm not sure how good the Blackwood Distiller is in this sort of thing. Maybe to ramp out one of your high-cost cards or just get a high-tempo turn early.
I mean, if you manage to play that Mighty Conjuring at turn 5, I wouldn't complain.
Yeah, but at that point, you have the Distiller, and you would need to have already also have a 5 attack creature, even though you spent turn 4 playing Distiller. It doesn't. It's awkward.
Are there catapults in there? No, they're not for a fact. Okay,
Yeah,
then I do
he's
take
running
it back.
Squish the Wimpy, too. Yeah, he's running Squish the Wimpy as well in the aggro Telvanni lists. So interesting list. Similar to most mid Telvannis, but a couple of weird little tweaks there, and we'll see how those work.
Okay, second list is going to be the warrior list with Garnek, Syl, and two triumphant Jarls at the top end.
Yeah. This is, I think, aside from the Squish the Wimpy, which is, again, something we don't usually see in aggro decks, is relatively standard. Still running the Ort package, still running Jarls. Mud Crabs is the one drop because you need something for Catapult. Yeah, it's relatively standard list.
Yeah, not much to see here.
Just the squishes. Just the Squish the Wimpies.
Just the squishes.
I'm not sure how much value those get in these sorts of warrior decks, but I guess we'll see.
I mean, if you combine it with a breakthrough, it can be quite good. But other than that, I don't know either, to be honest. So the last one is going to be the sorcerer list. Again, topped off with Hiking Emmerich, Mighty Conjuring, and Ancano. But of course, very, very aggressive on the whole.
Yep. Yeah. Once again, basically just an aggro list. The only things above 4 are a silence to push through guards, 2 of the best unique legendaries in the game, and then a 1 of Mighty Conjuring. So this is very aggressive list.
What are your thoughts on Doomfang Ally, honestly?
Oh, I love Doomfang Ally. I think Doomfang Ally is auto-included in Sork. My curiosity is there's no catapults in this list, even though we're running the Crown Quartermasters. Running a 3-of just to... I feel like catapult would have been quite nice in this list, but maybe he thought it was a little bit too bad against some of the more controlling decks.
Yeah, it hasn't been in any of these lists, to be honest. So Trader Joe definitely.
It was in the Warrior, I think. The Warrior was low curve enough that he just jammed it in there.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is there.
Yeah.
All right. So all in all, we have a basically full control list up against the full aggro list. What's going to happen?
Am I allowed to say it's going to depend on who gets ring? Can I say that without people getting mad?
You are allowed to say that. If you're right, we'll have to see, right?
Yeah. Joe's running a lot of curve decks. If he gets off to a slow enough start, I think Bjarti's running Thulder's list. Thulder proved that these can hold their ground against aggro. When he won the tournament with it a couple weeks ago. Now he was taking down Endazoa and Swifty for life. Good players playing optimized aggro decks with this lineup. So Joe's going to need to get off to a fast start. I think this is close to a toss-up, honestly. I think this is close to a 50-50 matchup.
Well, I am certainly hoping for another series. We've been a bit spoiled today. A lot of games going to game 3. So really curious to see if this is going to be the case for this one as well. The players have been called. They are going to be into game shortly. How long has it been since Trader Joe has played in one of these tournaments?
Before Artifact, I think maybe it's been probably 3 or 4 months. Took a break. Joe. I mean, it's not Joe. Joe's a busy man. He's got a lot of things on his plate. He's got things in life besides Tessel. He just happens to be really, really good at Tessel. So.
Well, this is going to be starting things off with a Telvanni mirror, but do not be mistaken, those two Telvanni lists could not be more different. Bjarti and Trader Joe going up against each other for round 3. The starting hand for Trader Joe, I do like it. I do like the instant Windkeep Spellsword into the Corner Club Gambler. No ring for him. The ring does go to the control list, so let's see how it goes. I believe you'll have to restart your client due to a starting hand bug.
Yes.
Are you even spectating?
No, he just emptied his hand that quickly.
Yeah, round 1, man. It happens. All right.
And we're good.
There we go. All right. Trader Joe seems to be waiting out his timer. I don't know. Was he? No, it was Bjarti's turn actually.
I think Bjarti saw that nobody was spectating him. So thank you very much, Bjarti. Very, very kind of you.
Windkeep Spellsword now on the field. I feel like the obvious answer is straight up Barrow Stalker, isn't it?
Yeah. you have Barrowstalker and you have Negation. He's going to go with Negation just to fully clear that off. That's really interesting. Negation's a very, very powerful tool in this sort of matchup, and this Corner Club Gambler is going to come down and punish the fact that he just threw it away. The interesting decision is going to be what he pitches. I might consider pitching the Trader here, just because Trader coming down on 4 is not nearly as good as coming down on 2. Yep, that's what he's going to go with. Playing around the Viper by putting it into the Shadow, and no answer for Bjarty, so Joe's going to get some gas here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem if you just put down the Sorcerer's Negation on the first thing you see, right? You don't have answers for things like that.
Yeah, you want to use your creatures to trade in basically whatever situation you can, because, you know, creatures are a lot harder to use consistently. If you have an opportunity to just get the Barrowstalker out and have it 1-for-1 with a creature, basically turn a Barrowstalker into a negation, then I think you take that. Especially a deck like Trader Joe's not running a ton of buffs, so I don't think there's a lot of punishes for just using the Barrowstalker to try and clean it up there.
Well, that does mean that Trader Joe gets to fill up immediately. That might actually be worth a consideration, the Blackwood Distiller.
Yeah. I think, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether he wants to go with the Distiller or the Corrupted Shade. Corrupted Shade's a little bit better offensively, but he's going to go with the Distiller just because Bjarty has a ton of tools here. You expect, like, Shackles, Ping, stuff like that. So getting the, keeping the Shade back until maybe you've gotten some removal out of the hand for your opponent.
At this point in the game, you don't even have to necessarily go face with the Distiller. Of course, if you do manage to do that, it's going to be great. But even the one additional ramp is going to be quite helpful for an aggressive deck like that does have a high end.
I'd be surprised if he has the option to go face here. I would expect double 2s from Bjarty, or if a Blackhand Messenger into a Fighter's Guild or a Barrowstalker, because Blackhand Messenger is going to be able to clean up the Gambler with the Camel Trade, and then the 2 would block off the Distiller. So Trader Joe's, I think, going to get a little bit of ramp out of this and move on.
Move on to his next Distiller. He could even go for the Shadow Shift, so that's also a consideration, as he would it would put him up by 3 Magicka. Could he actually take advantage of it though? It would depend on what he draws next, I suppose. So Blackhand Messenger coming in, ring out for the Barrowstalker. No, Fighter's Guild Recruit, I tell a lie.
Yeah, the Fighter's Guild Recruit kills it versus Barrowstalker, which would have just gotten eaten alive. You don't want to let your Barrowstalker get eaten alive.
Do you just Shadow Shift here? I kind of feel like you do, because you don't really care about that Shadow lane. But let's see what the Mud Crab does first.
Yeah, I think the big question is, how much do you care about the Distiller? Do you really need another Distiller up right now? Or do you really care about this Distiller's life? Would you rather just trade this 1-for-1 with the...
Yeah, he wants to go for the extra Magicka here.
What is that? That's an Imperial Reinforcements isn't actually that bad for Bjarty here. He's running a little bit dry. Just getting something out there to start trading is can do some work.
We must count on our wit.
And Sun and Shadow. Interesting to see what gets pulled here. I would expect, even though we don't have a trigger on board, I would expect the Mighty Conjuring would be the consideration here, but Lightning Bolt also an option. Sorcerer's Negation is always a very solid option.
The Mighty Conjuring, yeah, with the Corrupted Shade as well.
So this is a bit of a gamble, because right now he wants to get the Shade out, but he doesn't have anything to pair aside from the Shadow Shift. So maybe looking at something like a 6-mana Shade next turn. So
it could be I feel like the Desperate Conjuring on the Sun and Shadow could also be a consideration here for a 7 Magicka drop.
The Mighty Conjuring is an investment into the future. It maybe not going to come down for a couple turns, but he's relying on having a board state where it's going to come down at least sometime soon and be effective.
Telvanni, once again, a lot of guards though. That's it doesn't feel like Trader Joe will be able to go face anytime soon.
Yeah, tough decisions here for Bjarty. You just have a collection of 2-drops here, and you're giving your opponent the onus on basically every trade, which is just an unfortunate situation. Your opponent's playing kind of a tricky deck with he's got the moves, he's got wards.
Tricksy hobbits.
Joe is very much a tricksy hobbit. He's gonna try to make this as
the Wardcraft is just beautiful here though.
Yeah, it's the kind of stuff you're afraid of, but it'll be interesting to see what ends up going, what ends up happening here.
I mean,
we could see...
if I were Trader Joe, I would definitely go for the Ward Crafter into the Blackwood Distiller, attack the Fighter's Guild Recruit, take that away, gain some extra Magicka, then attack with the Sun in Shadows. Now you still have 3 Magicka left, and then you play the Desperate Conjuring and see what rolls.
Oh no, I think you're just going Warcrafter into Shade here. You set it for the Mighty Conjuring next turn, and
oh yeah, that's also a good possibility. That's for sure.
yeah, I was locked onto the Desperate Conjuring too, right? Because I was thinking, okay, let's take this trade with the Sun and Shadow, and then let's summon something cool. But this is probably a much safer play,
especially since you can Mighty Conjuring next turn and just oof. And yet more little guards. Like, Bjarti is completely stacked on them.
Yeah, he's got nothing but 2 drop cards. He's got 4 of them in the hand. Then a mud.
Isn't that the supposed counterbalance of running conscription, that you only have 2 drops?
Yeah, it became less of a thing definitely since 75 cards. Back when conscription was first released, it was just the 50 cards. That was a very much the big weakness of conscription was it had a lot of early game and a very solid late game, but it just couldn't do anything in the mid game, and we're seeing that right now. Usually Telvanni is a little bit better in that respect, but not right now for Bjarti. He's just hitting all of the 2 drops.
Is he basically telling him, come on, please hit me face, I need some cards? That's what it feels like. Yeah.
Well, he's probably just saying, hey, I got... Joe might see this as potentially an Ice Storm setup. I would imagine when your opponent has that many cards, you're not assuming that they have basically just nothing. I think you're assuming this is trying to set up for something. What are they trying to set up for? Let me play around that. Mm-hmm. And
so a bit of a bluff, so to speak.
Yeah. I think that's basically what it is this is a bit of a bluff.
So there's the additional 5 damage. Now Trader Joe considering, there he goes, pushing more damage. The Mighty Conjuring feels like the most obvious choice in here.
Yeah, I'm expecting we're gonna see this. Yeah, this Mighty Conjuring is gonna do some stuff. I'm still hoping for
the Desperate Conjuring here, just for flavor reasons. But there is also,
and again, yeah, I think Ice Storm is gonna be a big consideration for Joe here. So I think playing around it with either a Shadow Shift or by playing the Distiller is a good idea here. And this Squish the Wimpy is actually, it is gigantic here, because this is with the breakthrough on board. If Bjarti doesn't do it,
yeah,
this is going to be basically
the Wimpy on the 1/1.
Yeah, this is going to be basically impossible lethal for Bjarti to stop, because that's 6 just going over the black hand, even assuming he trades away everything. So just from the Mighty Conjuring, you're repping 14 damage if it's not guarded, and even if it's guarded, it's got breakthrough. So this is, I think this Enduro Mastermind has to go digging. I'm not sure what it's digging for, but I think it's got to go digging.
And I mean, if that ends up being the game, Ian, you're gonna have to eat your words a little bit, because that's a ring to Telvanni.
Oh yeah, he didn't get the ring. That's true.
But it's not over just yet. The 1/1s are all down.
Yeah, really, it's just been a super awkward draw for Bjarti, and Telvanni has these sometimes. Not as often as you think a 75 card deck would, but Telvanni just can struggle sometimes to figure out exactly what order to draw its cards in. But this is, yeah, just gotta figure out the best way to do this.
I think you squish the Wimpy onto the Barrow Stalker, perhaps? And then the 5/5 goes onto the 0/4, and then you attack.
You just straight over and squish will get you there. I was wondering if there's anything to do with tomes to skip runes, but ooh.
I do like the decision of going attack first, because the opponent will not see the
Well, yeah,
this is a
should
threat.
be-
Yeah, the Lava Trunaka is a threat.
This should be irrelevant because of the Skin Town. I didn't actually catch the Skin Town was played, so this is 7 guaranteed for Joe. Yeah, so this Harpy is irrelevant. Joe's gonna squish it over the Hound for lethal, and
Oh, hello, Harpy.
yeah, he
Kaboom.
does it on the Harpy just for effect. And yeah, squish the Wimpy coming through. The breakthrough on the Mighty Conjuring is a really big deal. Only a 1 of in the deck, but that's something I could definitely see Squish the Wimpy be very effective for. I was somebody who talked a lot about during the Telvanni meta, which was a lot of these low health guards, is playing Dagoth Dagger because getting the breakthrough damage over those guards lets you trade and push damage at the same time. Squish the Wimpy can potentially do the same thing. So
Yeah, absolutely, and it worked out this time. Let's see how things go from now on.
yeah. So I believe Bjarty is left on the Warriors. We have the Warrior going up against the Aggro Telvanni and the Aggro Warrior for Joe.
Ian, ring confirmed irrelevant.
Ring confirmed irrelevant. Yeah. No, I think.
See,
Thank you,
guys,
Larry.
all of your fears have now been proven wrong. We on WarpMeta just prove to you that the ring is not relevant to your victories. Just need a couple of Squish the Wimpies.
Someone's got to tell Joe that, so he stops building nothing but curve decks. We just throw some shade at Joe. No.
So this is going to be the Doomcrag Vampire, Doomcrag Warrior rather, against the aggressive Telvanni list. So what do you think of this matchup compared to the other one?
This is the Rage Warrior, right?
Oh yeah, right. That's the Rage Warrior. My bad. I was still in the last matchup. Yeah. Does the Rage Warrior have a better matchup than the Telvanni Control?
Oh, no chance. So Telvanni has a better matchup, but Rage Warrior can still push through. Bjarty did correct and banned the Sorcerer, which is the hardest matchup for this Rage Warrior. Rage Warrior with the right draw can beat just about anything, so. But really nice for Joe to see the Windkeep and the Warcrafters early on. Equally nice for Bjarty to see the Skaven Pyromancer.
Absolutely. Although I would expect the Young Mammoth to come in instead of the Woodcrafter early.
Yeah. Yeah,
Someone in the chat is memeing about Trader Joe having to play all of the Betray cards, but you know. There's that.
Yeah.
Please text him that. Actually, yeah, you should just text him. Look, man.
I think he's busy right now. Yeah. Mammoth's gonna come downfield. Interesting that he opened Shadow against the Rage Warrior, just because you are leaving yourself vulnerable to this Arcane Venom Tongue. Maybe he was trying to bait it with the Sorcerer's Negation in hand. If so, well done, because successfully baited. And
all according to Keikaku.
yeah. Keikaku means play.
Okay, so
yeah.
moving on.
Yeah, very strong turn for Joe here, getting to negation this, take the value trade, and then I think this Wardcrafter is going to come on the Mammoth just to protect your biggest threat. Other option is to just let him take the ramp and fire off the Bleak Coast, but you do get punished from the pings.
I definitely would Sorcerer's Negate here.
He's just
you don't want to let him.
Yeah, he's gonna hit the ward on itself, not the Mammoth, which is interesting, but he is gonna do that. Just takes the extra 2 damage. This is fine, although it is somewhat weaker to a crossbow. I think if your opponent crossbows just to ping off a ward or hit the Mammoth, you're totally fine though. It's not a bad situation.
Honestly, I think the Wardcrafter warding itself, especially against a warrior list like that, is probably not bad, because if you had warded up the Mammoth, the Skaven Pyromancer would be able to not only destroy your Wardcrafter, but also immediately take the ward off. So by going on ward on itself, you basically make it a lot more difficult for your opponent to take it down.
Ooh, the Squish the Wimpy this is actually going to be a very interesting decision to see whether he squishes this, because you see the crossbow in hand for Bjarty. You know, crossbow, Squish the Wimpy, and Sword are all giant threats. Utilize the second Venom Tongue, but do you take your own pressure off the board to deal with that so they can't get the benefits out of it? Almost certainly not, but it feels very bad to be playing into this Venom Tongue as hard as Joe is kind of gonna kind of have to do here.
If he doesn't, that would spell very, very big problems for him, simply because that's going to be 2 additional Magicka, putting Bjarti up to 7 next turn immediately. I don't know, I would squish. Especially since he was able to gain more value with the Mammoth by attacking again. Squish, or at least Harpy. He goes for the Shadow Shift, thinking himself, okay, well, if he does have a crossbow, he'll only be able to go for it once, right?
Shift into Mammoth is, I think, just the best development. The problem with playing Harpy there is Harpy's not really protecting any threats. It's the only real value Harpy's going to get in this sort of matchup is trying to protect a threat. And the only thing it was protecting there was a 2/2, which is just, you don't care enough about it. Putting your opponent to 14, maybe just a better position. So Bjarti's going to do some clearing here, and then Joe's going to have to try to push the rest.
Yeah, it's gonna be Squish the Wimpy immediately going into... Oh, well, rather crossbow into Squish the Wimpy, which will also have the Venom Tongue survive. So that's pretty big.
Yep. And then double ramp for Bjarti with the full hand, so Joe's gonna have to quickly close this out very fast.
Well, not exactly the cards you need to close this off very fast, sadly.
Yeah. With Night Shadow Squish in hand as well, Bjarti's got recovery. This is a really rough position for Joe. 6 mana staring into 8. Your opponent's got a full hand of cards. You know they can do some busted stuff when they get mana, and they have mana.
I mean, in retrospect and with Caster Vision, of course, it was greedy to not squish the Venom Tongue.
Well, I think
point...
squishing the Venom Tongue almost certainly does the same thing. I think you almost certainly still lose, because at that point you're kind of committing to grinding out the Rage Warrior, and that's just not a winning game plan. You need to. He didn't have the hand to do it. He would have had to start top decking things that allow him to grind, and I don't think that's something you ever really want to go for.
Yeah, I can see your point.
Only being able to develop 3 power here is just very, very sad.
Especially since the Bjarti can just Necromancer the Venom Tongue right back up. Like, that's it's not like, okay, I got rid of all 3 of them, so now I don't have to worry about them. That's simply not the case.
If he wants it, he does have access to a full clear here. I'm guessing he won't, but Pyromancer, Tree Minder is just absolutely insane. It's going to clear out the field lane and protect the shadow lane.
Not if you play the Tree Minder first, though.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Tree Minder's got to go Shadow in that situation. But then you're moving into Night Shadow Squish next turn.
Yeah, right. Yeah. My bad.
Yep. Ring Pyro's going to do that. Yeah, this is just a very clean turn for Bjarti.
Daggerfall Mage, not going to be enough here.
Nope, Daggerfall's not looking great here. Yeah, just a rough position for Joe. Drawing, I think, just too much of the low end of his deck.
By the fires of oblivion.
Daggerfall's gonna hang out there and try to get something done. Not sure exactly what, but
it's doing its best, okay?
it's trying its best.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, in the back of Bjarti's head, he's got to be a little bit terrified of double bolt, because that squish and that Harpy's been in the hand forever, and you're like, okay, I win if I, like, if this lasts 2 more turns. As long as he doesn't kill me next turn, I win this game. But what if he kills me next turn? Is there anything I can do to prevent that? And maybe that'll force kind of a desperation play out of him. I would guess he's just going to play the safe.
Yeah, putting down another guard with the help of the Necromancer. Ramping up even further. And, that's going to be quite good.
Haunting Spirit's going to come down.
Is there a day where you squish the Wimpy and then tome yourself for the 4 damage on face?
For the damage? There's a world, definitely.
Especially since you could push 7 as well. So you put the enemy up to, what, 5? No. Yeah, 5. And then you have almost lethal if they do end up breaking.
Yeah, and then just don't play, a creature for the rest of the game, so they can't drain off of it.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if that's gonna work, but yeah. So yeah, this is the turn I think Bjarti's gonna come down with the Night Shadow into Squish. The Night Shadow is gonna survive, leaving options for Rage next turn. He has the Barrow Stalker to protect as well. He has the Pyro he could even play alongside both of those. just a huge amount of ridiculously stupid stabilization is available for BRD on this turn.
I would almost be I would be very tempted to use the rage here. Not gonna lie.
Oh, I don't think you ever use the rage. I think this is always Night Shadow Squish. I think now is the time we need to start healing. You put him at exact 26, you're not even giving him a card. Or if you want to hit the Haunting Spirit, you could even just get the Haunting Spirit buff off the board right now. But maybe he feels safer at 10 than I would have, especially seeing that last turn. You know, one of the cards is a dagger, one of the cards is a tome. So, you know, there's only one card in hand that you don't have knowledge of for Trader Joe, so could inform the decision.
They will perish
So,
in flames.
Skaven Pyromancer comes down, takes out a couple of
Yeah.
cards for Bjarty, but
now
he doesn't really know. He doesn't really care about that. Here comes the
Yeah,
drain.
this is just perfect. This is a much better turn than the one I would have done. This is perfect. Puts him at exact 26, clears the board, and yeah, concede efficiency from Joe. That was a perfect turn from Bjarty. Played it very well, and Joe's gonna have to duck out. Very strong showing from the Rage Warrior against the aggressive deck. Joe just not able to find anything but the low end, and couldn't push through with just the low end. Rage Warrior was able to stabilize. Pyromancer is the most important card in that deck in the aggressive matchup, and having two of them that early to clear up a awkward to clear board was a big deal.
That was a pretty amazing showing by the Ramp Warrior as well, and showing exactly why it is so frustrating to play against it. Like even if you were trying to get rid of all of these enablers like the Venom Tongue, there's always gonna be more, and there is going to be enough drain to put yourself back up to a good life total. So
that had to just be awful for Joe to see, because he I have to think the only reason that Windkeep Spellsword was Shadow was because he had the negation. He was trying to bait them into trying to farm the Windkeep for ramp, and then you had the negation available, and you had that huge like tempo swing, and it didn't matter because I just played another one the next turn.
well, that was a bit of a spectator bug for myself. Where do we have it? Sorry guys, just jumping right back into the game. Gonna make sure to report that to CVH. CVH, what you guys doing?
Sparky, please.
Sparky, please. So, okay. Warrior against Warrior. Again, a mirror matchup that is incredibly different. We did see the Windkeep Spellsword opening. I believe Trader Joe has opened up with Windkeep Spellsword on all three, and I don't think we've seen him on a ring yet.
Did he ring last time?
No,
Yeah,
I don't.
No, he didn't.
No, he
Yeah.
didn't. That was the third time in a row without a ring. So
Yeah, for whatever reason, and I don't have any statistics or anything to support this, but for whatever reason, when I'm playing Rage Warrior, I always feel like I want the ring more than when I'm playing other control decks. I feel like getting your early board position as Rage Warrior is just so much more important than any other deck, any other control deck, or any other slow deck rather, because Rage isn't particularly a control deck.
it might be that, or it might you being subconscious about it and seeing, okay, I'm playing Warrior.
Yeah,
Where's my ring?
Yeah, exactly. There's might be something to that, honestly. But a solid start for Trader Joe and a solid start for Bjarty. We'll see what Strength Unto Strength does here. Having the Alt Velothi, a couple different decisions here. We have the option for Douchnik just to clear off this 2/2. And then maybe use Alt Velothi Sword to clean up the Spirit buff next turn. And having the Garnag is really nice for Joe, but he would have liked it to maybe hang out in the deck for a couple more turns, because it's going to be difficult to justify playing it this early when you know it's going to get huge value against the Ramp Warrior later.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you go Mammoth.
Mudcrab.
Mammoth. Yeah, I think you go Mammoth here and bump it up with the Haunting Spirit.
There's the Ash Berserker, not something you usually see in the aggressive Warrior still these days. Joe running it, which is going to be nice, because he might be on a grinding game plan. As weird as it sounds, he might be in a position where he wants to just bait as many resources out of the Warrior as possible, and then go Garnag and start using his resources better. Establish a board position, make it so they can't deal with it, and win that way, because just going full-on jam face for the Warrior and giving them a bunch of removal options hasn't worked for him. It didn't work for him last game, and hasn't worked for a lot of people on ladder, so maybe switching up your game plan is something to consider here.
I slay the unworthy.
Alt Velothi into the Sword of the Inferno is going to feel incredibly good for Bjarty. Just getting rid of that 7/7 Mammoth immediately.
It is basically a 2 for 2 though. Sword and Alvathi trading for Haunting Spirit and Young Mammoth, and Haunting Spirit also got the trade on the Barrow Stalker
2 for
earlier.
1,
So.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So Joe comes out a little bit ahead in that exchange, and again, he's just going to keep playing threats, keep saying, okay, you have to answer these, and eventually, it's going to be interesting to see if the timing lines up on this Garnag.
So we will most definitely see the Ash Berserker next turn, aside from a possible even better top deck. But what is Bjarty going to go for in this? There seems to be a couple of options.
It's really tough to kind of figure it out. One of my considerations would just be to go Necromancer into Alvathi in the field lane, because I think the only other option is really like Camel Barrow, and Camel feels very, very bad into this board state. Maybe you're okay with taking a little bit of damage here, but you don't really have it. It's not like you have some of the pieces and you're hoping to draw the rest. You only have draw right now. You have draw and 1 Barrow Stalker. You don't have like lethals or any of the lethal activators. So you're just in a very awkward position as Bjarty, and you're hoping the top of your deck is going to pull through for you. He is going to go with just the defense line, and again, I think it's possible for Joe to grind this game out. I think this is entirely reasonable for Joe to grind this out.
Is there any world where you trade into the Alt Velothi Assassin to protect whichever of the 2 pieces?
Yeah, I think these are both going field, and yeah, I think we're going to see the Catapult trade into the 3/3, and then the Withered Hand come in to trade into the Alt Velothi, because I think you are more concerned right now with the Ash Berserker than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Because with that Garnag in hand, you're planning for this huge turn where you just slam a bunch of stuff on the board, and you make it so it's just literally impossible for their removal suite to line up because they don't have enough mana to do it. I think it's going to be tough for Bjarty to beat. It's just a matter of whether Bjarty can establish his own game plan in time for that to be too late.
So let's take a look at what Bjarty has as options, though. I don't think the ally, though of course if you do draw the Firebolt here, you can get rid of the Catapult, so it's not a terrible thing to get.
Yeah,
he's gonna try and dig a little deeper though.
And Joe's eyes are lighting up. As soon as you see the control deck play a Mastermind or a Camel, you're like, okay, this is my turn. Now I get to just go in.
Smell the stench of the living.
Here's a Squish the Wimpy.
And crucially, he doesn't have to play the Garnag to go in, which is just absolutely gigantic. Again, this Garnag is going to represent a tempo swing at some point in this game. Joe is hoping that he's going to kill Bjarty fast enough for that not to matter, but Bleak Coast Troll and Skin Hound is a very strong turn, getting to push a ton of face damage. You keep the draw going, and you keep the Garnag waiting in the wings to close the game out.
In addition to that, you keep your Catapult alive as well, possibly, and most certainly the Ash Berserker. So
well, I think
would you go Bleak Coast Troll on the Shadow Lane and Skin Hound field?
I would go Bleak Coast Troll in the field, yeah. I think you don't want to give. I don't think you really care about this Barrow Stalker. I just think I think this Barrow Stalker just doesn't matter, honestly. But if he made the choice to clean up the Endoral Mastermind. He could have gone with the Skin Hound instead of doing that to push a little bit more face damage, but he just wanted clear board, no option for doing Rage. Even though Rage wouldn't have been particularly powerful, it's still 2 damage to everything in the lane. It's still something that's going to make his removal a little bit easier next turn. He wants this to be as awkward as possible for Bjarty, so I can definitely see that being correct. Just getting the trade in, foregoing a little bit of face damage, especially when your opponent's playing Masterminds, because their hand's kind of awkward. Maybe they've got one non-awkward card because they just picked up something from the Mastermind, but
the Withered Hand Cultist here being very, very important as well. Basically,
yeah, the Squish the Wimpy's. I mean, he does have the sword, so
yeah. Okay, never mind.
yeah. But the awkwardness for Bjarty is he just doesn't have anything else to do. He has Camel sort of dead card here. You can't play Camel. You're basically staring down lethal right now. Obviously not exact lethal, but you expect that a warrior is going to be able to close it down if they do enough damage. If all of that damage comes through. So you're looking at Necromancer into maybe pulling back an Alt Velothi and then sorting one threat. So you're spending 8 mana to kill one creature, and
of the living.
Oh, going
No,
for the
he's just-
second Barrow Stalker, and then perhaps with the Sword of the Inferno.
Yeah, Barrow with the sword, just to get the heal.
I mean, it does put him up to 28 again, and that Barrow Stalker will trade positively into something else as well.
In theory, but here comes the Skinned Hound.
Yeah.
But it's a very dangerous Skinned Hound, though, because it leaves everything at 1 health except for the Ash Berserker, if he wants to go with the line of keeping everything alive.
I mean,
The other
not at
option
one
is-
health. There is the Bleakhost Troll is still the Bleakhost Troll.
Oh yeah, the Bleak Coast Troll buffs and stuff. Okay, yeah, that makes this very much a blowout. So I think you go with the Skinned Hound. Ooh, he's gonna leave the Necromancer up, which means I think we're gonna see the Garnak this turn to block potential rages. Oh no, we have the Cultist. What am I talking about? Cultist is blocking the rage. Rage isn't a thing right now.
And then the second Cultist is going to make things even more
Let's
difficult.
make this a 12 mana rage.
Must remain steadfast.
Here comes the Skinned Hound. The guard is going to be the 3/6 Withered Hand Cultist. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think I like that a lot. I think you're more concerned about protecting your threats, and again, Ash Berserker is the most important card in play right now. I think by a pretty significant margin. This has drawn 3 or 4 cards at this point, and it's keeping the gas going. Bjardy's having to take entire turns off to draw cards, and Joe's just doing it by default.
And even if you even if you were to play the Archie and Venom Tongue here, the Squish the Wimpy is currently at 6 magic cards. Ha!
it's not
we
great, you don't wanna
balance
see that.
we balance Squish the Wimpy, guys.
Yeah.
Trader Joe coming down with a nerf hammer with the 2 Withered Hand Cultists, and if that's a camel, well, that's the turn to play Garnek.
Yeah.
If that camel
this is-
comes down, yeah,
Yeah.
that's gotta be a signal.
This is something you see a lot. I think when you see like players come back to the game, is a lot of times they'll play old cards that maybe people have moved on from, and maybe it's worth considering. Let's take another look at Ash Berserker, because Ash Berserker is basically the reason Joe has won this game. You know, he's got 4 cards in hand. His Ash Berserker's drawn 4 cards. You know, feel a lot better on 4 cards than on empty hand.
That's rough, man. No, we go for the attack. Trader Joe leading the charge with the left side of the field. Down to 8, down to 6, down to 0. Perfect, perfect score. And Trader Joe will move on to the quarterfinals without any ring on his side.
That was just very well played by Joe. I think he identified that while Rage Warrior does have the ability to draw a lot of cards, they do have the ability to do a lot of ramping. It does cost a lot to do that. So you can develop tempo plays, develop the Ash Berserker, and say, if you want to take your time to remove this, the tempo plays are going to kill you. If you want to kill the tempo plays, I'm just going to keep drawing cards, and you're kind of in a catch-22 there, and you don't have the ability to deal with both. And it really just, I want to stress that was an Ash Berserker game. Ash Berserker was insane that game. It's the reason Joe won. So good on him for sticking with that card. That's something a lot of people have kind of moved on from, and Joe getting rewarded for sticking with the Ash Berserker.
Absolutely. I mean, Ash Berserker also still sees some play on decks like either Dagoth or Battle Mage, because they
I know Flo likes it.
Yeah, they do. These decks especially do get to that 5 attack pretty easily, so that's understandable. But Warrior hasn't used it, to my knowledge, in a while. That's for sure.
Yeah, I've seen most people swap it out for Huntmates, and I don't think a Huntmate's going to do that.
Oh no. Well, okay, we're going to go into one more break, and then the quarterfinals are upon us. So don't go anywhere. This is gonna get even more hype. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the WarpMeta Elder Scrolls Legends Weekly Tournament number 50. My name is Lord Kosta, and Ianbits and I are going to bring you the final couple of matches. We finally reached the quarterfinals of the day. It's been a longer one, longer than usual, but those matches have been amazing so far.
We're not doing too bad. For a 64-man tournament, 2 hours in, we're winding it down. We're getting there.
Well, admittedly, we didn't have a lot of control, or at least we didn't have control mirrors. I think that's the key point here. Like, if there was a control deck winning, the concede efficiency just kept us going. So, we'll be taking a look at how the ladder has shaken up so far, because a couple of things have happened since the last time we've taken a look at it. And yeah, apparently everything's gone because Battlefy hates me. There we go. So, all right, let's take a look from the top, and let me just go ahead and reload this. All right, so in the quarterfinals, we have Desmond 11 up against Super Thanks, which Super Thanks actually managed to take down Yellow Wild Wolf, and Desmond had a pretty interesting way so far as well, taking down David KC and Vendarks. Now, Trader Joe against Flo, we did watch Trader Joe in the past match. He was the one to take down Karakon Zul, and Flo, on the other hand, had some very interesting matchups himself with Endol 133 and Guard Yan. On the lower side of the bracket, the match that we're going to commentate next is going to be Silverfuse up against Ray Barker. Silverfuse so far has defeated Rocket Boy in a 2-0 and Fictional Zero. And Ray Barker has battled Kuzia Kuzmin, Jelly 77 and Muncifer. So 3 matchups that he mastered quite well. The very bottom, we have Endozoa waiting for his opponents, and Fab47 against Tolone Ongood is apparently still going. So that might need a little bit of extra time. Huh?
Tony plays some slow decks. His games will take a second.
Well, if he met another control player, then yeah, that's a certain thing. We will be taking a look at Ray Barker's decks first. So let's go ahead and do analysis. Starting it off, it's going to be a Hlalu list that he has brought for us so far. What can you see? What pops off to you?
Very offensive. Running Relentless Raider in the slot, we usually see Deepwood Trapper. Running extra 1-drops. Usually you don't see Morathong Aspirin. I'm a fan of it in Hlalu, but usually just not something we see. Yeah, just running a whole bunch of aggressive stuff, running Bannerman and Vigilante up at the top end with Triple Fervor. I like Bannerman a lot. I think Bannerman is really strong in aggressive mirrors because they have to take a low tempo turn to deal with it. So if you're running just a ton of 1-drops, you're usually getting out ahead of people, and then Bannerman comes down. They either take a low tempo turn to deal with it, or they don't deal with it, and you win the game. So I think this is a really solid build. So he's relying more on just the fact that he's running 1-drops to carry him rather than running stuff like Deepwood Trapper.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've seen Morathong Aspirant coupled with a Relentless Raider, or even the Relentless Raider at all in WarpMeta tournaments. So that's definitely something to look out for.
Aspirant's a little bit weird. Raider's weirder. You do not see Raider a lot. Although I've seen some players start to toy with it again and see if they can get it to work. I've seen Immortal August try it in Aggressive Warrior. So with everybody kind of looking out for 1-drops, Relentless Raider maybe makes a comeback soon.
Okay, the second list now is going to be an Archer list. I haven't seen a pure Archer in a while, to be honest, and Ray Barker running it here with Taskat, Vigilant, Giant, and it seems like a classic Unstoppable Rage Archer that honestly has been replaced by a Warrior for the most part so far.
Yeah, just a lot of top end to it, sort of mid-rangey. In a sense, we're running, Gamblers, we're running Pomerots, Leaf Lurkers, Belligerent Giants, so sort of a little bit faster than the other Rage decks, trying to maybe tempo out on something like a Rage Warrior. I could see this maybe finding some success against the Rage Warrior builds because of 3 Leaf Lurker, 3 Belligerent Giant. Eventually find your tempo turns. It's just a matter of, can you get enough pressure that that those tempo turns are enough to win the game.
Ray Barker actually just texted me something to mention. He doesn't have any of the new cards.
That That would be
Yeah.
why. That would be why Sword isn't in the list.
If
I
anyone
like,
was wondering, he's still playing back in 2018.
yeah, Ray Ray's been doing really well in actually Eternal. So I played a little bit of Eternal last month, and being the filthy net decker I am, I went and saw tournament winner. It was like the most recent big tournament winning lineup, and I just copied all those decks, and they were all Ray Rays apparently. So because Ray Ray had won one of the major Eternal tournaments, he's a good player.
Yeah, it's basically taking a vacation here and coming back to WarpMeta
Yeah.
for a little bit.
He's tired of Land Screw. He wants to come back to the real game.
Well, the third deck he brought is actually Telvanni. So we have Double Dragon at the very top. This is, for a moment there, I thought this was Nyx Ox. Just for a moment.
No, it's just Uprising. Interesting sort of. It's weird in that it's kind of like.
Palace
I
Conspirator
feel
as
like
well.
you can control out the win conditions a lot of the time. You do. Like the Palace Conspirator is weird. We're using like nothing but value generation, hoping that value generation is going to get you the whole way. Although Parthenax can maybe just do that, especially with the Dark Rebirth. You get multiple chances if you're able to ramp a little bit at the Soul Tears. No Tree Minders, just the Thorn Dismages. So a lot of really weird things about this build. It'll be interesting if we get to see it in action.
Honestly, I would have loved seeing some Nyx Oxes in here. I think that might be a bit of a missed opportunity. Although, yeah, they have been nerfed. The math is a bit weird at the moment, but still, I feel like instead of 3 Palace Conspirators, you might as well have gone for the Nyx Oxen. But hey, that's just me. Let's see what the stack is actually going to do on the tournament. So, Silverfuse's decks, however, are going to be quite a bit different. We do see a Dagoth list very up front. Very big deck as well. A lot of not a lot of one-offs. It just feels big.
There's a lot of one-offs. There's a lot of ones and twos. We got one of. Oh no, it's confusing because you got the premiums. You have 2 Just Renegades, but it looks like there's
Okay. Yeah, that explains
weird.
it.
Yeah. It's a sort of a slower. I would still consider this probably an aggro deck, but slowing down just a little bit. You could call it a mid-range deck, but I think it's a little bit more curve-based. It's probably closer in playstyle to I think the Warrior decks than a traditional mid-range deck. But I do love Cradle Crush. I think Cradle Crush is a card that people need to start experimenting with more. I know Flo is somebody who pretty much always plays those in his like even in his aggressive lists, and I think that's something that people need to start looking at because Cradle Crush is in a really strong spot right now.
I do appreciate the two of Swift Strikes, and the 2 of Giant Snakes are very interesting to say the least. Like, yeah, I would definitely call this Dagoth mid range, to be honest.
Silver's on the August and Choate train that Giant Snake is just one of like the most busted cards in the game, which I don't necessarily agree with, but it's a very strong card and can be very good in aggro mirrors. You know, good against aggro, bad against control. I think those kind of cards have a place because it's very good against in the aggro mirror. So.
Oh yeah, very very much so. So taking a look at the second deck of Silverfuse, it's going to be the Crusader.
Yep, just work.
Bit of deja vu compared to the very first matchup we had today. So
yeah, it's
not a lot to say here other than that.
Confused is the split on those 1-drops. I feel like at that point you would just decide which 1-drop you want more of and go with 3 and 1. But 2 and 2 is fine. It's just a minor thing. I'm sure it's fine.
Okay, third deck for Silverfuse is going to be the Hlalu list. This again is running Sil, Duchess of Dementia at the very, very top of the curve. So incredibly fast Hlalu list as well.
Looks, I think, relatively similar to August list, which I've seen mostly because I've seen Aeolus play a ton of that list. So, just very aggressive Hlalu deck. You know, very similar in gameplay to the Crusader. Similar lineup that we saw Super bring earlier. I think basically the same thing, only his Dagoth was much, much faster. But aside from that.
Okay, so having taken a look at all of those decks, what do you think? Is Ray Barker going to be able to pull ahead with what could be called legacy decks, or is Silverfuse
I think
this
it's
one in your
I
mind?
think it's close to a toss-up, assuming, and I know this information, but I believe Silverfuse would basically with a triple aggro lineup, we're banning Warrior or banning the Archer every single time, which he did end up doing. Ray counterbanned the Dagoth, but so we have basically they both have aggro Halalu, and then it's Crusader versus Control Telvanni. The Control Telvanni's weird uprising endgame might come into a little bit of a problem just because not sure if you'll have enough time to set up any sort of uprising stuff. So. I would probably lean towards silver, maybe a little bit favored, but it's very close.
Well, we do see the Hlalu mirror right at the very start of the matchup, and that is a decently good start. No, not really. You have the Mournhold trade on the one hand, but I don't think you want the raiding party quite that early on Hlalu. On the other hand, the Pit Lion coupled with the Nord Firebrand seems amazing next turn.
Bandari Bruiser. That is an interesting one.
And
the
Evenhard Oracle
Silverfuse.
for Silverfuse. Oh lord, that is a good mud crab.
Yeah, I mean, the Bandari Bruiser is going to be quite good as well. I don't think we're going to see a strain on race here, so it'll be interesting to see if the 7 herd ends up mattering, because I think this is mostly just going to be a board fight for a while.
Do you ever not play the Pit Lion? I don't
Probably
believe
not,
that's the
no.
case, right?
Well, you know, one of those things is a 5-5, the others aren't 5-5s. It's a 4-4 and a 3-5. Let's just play the 5-5. Yeah, awkward position here for Ray Ray. The Shadow Shift is going to be really nice coming up next turn. So
He could decide to go for the Bandari in the field lane, I assume.
yeah,
And then
Ray-
maybe Steel Scimitar Shadow Shift onto the Pit Line next turn.
Yeah, but the ring is really going to matter here. Just not having the ability to do multiple things this turn is a really big deal. Not being able to like properly respond to this, and it's a frustrating position for Ray Ray. Just having sort of the raiding part in Crusader's Assault, which are not bad cards, but you can't do just that in a turn.
You basically don't want them right now. You don't want to see them at your opening hand because they do end up clogging it just a little bit.
Oh man, that is a huge pickup.
First Rune Cloud
Rune
Rest.
Cloud Rest, yeah.
Oh, sit down, Mudcrab. Sit down. The big guys are talking now.
I mean, that's potentially bigger than it might initially appear, because if Mudcrab, I don't think Silver was gonna make the trade, but if Mudcrab did trade into that Mournhold, it probably locks off the turn for Ray Ray. I would think Shadow Shift and Scimitar was a really good option, so we have the option to kind of clean up the entire board here for Ray Ray.
The Surround
besides-
Pawnbroker is quite amazing here as well, just comboing off with possible Shadow Shift and Steel Scimitar,
Yeah,
depending on
filling
what
up the
Ray
curve.
wants to do.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the line. Just getting value trades all across the board and getting a chance to play the Surin is just a really big deal here.
Have business with
If you're presented with 3 value trades, you take 3 value trades. The Suppress is quite nice as well. We could even go with the Suppress to take out the Bruma this turn instead of taking out the Firebrand, but I don't think you're too worried about life gain. I think you're just trying to control the board here.
Do you ever suppress your own mono trader?
There's a thought for it. Ray Ray's going to go face instead of trying to do any sort of board control, and well, Evenhard in theory could punish that. It's a pretty slow turn for Silver, and the suppress in hand for Ray Ray is. I'm frustrated to see like Mudcrab and Pawnbroker mattering this much to the games, but the suppress here to negate the potential Ebenhart now that Silverfuse has lost the board is a really big deal. So you've got kind of the randomness canceling each other out, and we're left at the same spot.
Yeah, and there is a world where Divine Fervor and Suppress get played in the same turn, and you just keep smorking.
Trader's gonna get taken out there. I would expect we're not going to see the Ebenhart, because if so, we would have seen the Ebenhart, I think, come out before them. So
I would expect the Deepwood Trapper here in the field lane just to lock down that 6-2 from getting even bigger.
Yeah. I think Silver's just got to think about her own development, and Black Dragon is probably good enough to just pair with the Deepwood Trapper.
the Oriole. Do not waste time.
Gonna go with Shining
Ooh,
Saint.
Ooh, that keeps the Bruma alive. No, never mind. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind then. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was about to say.
Maybe a little bit of a math mistake there from Silverfuse, but in the end, it's still likely the right decision.
I'm ready for anything.
He's a deep wood as well. So yeah, that basically seals off both entrances and stops the bleeding at least for now, unless the suppress comes down for 6 additional damage.
Fifth Legion Trainer into Raiding Party is definitely solid here. Gives you the option to clear off the field line, just develop the field, develop the Fifth Legion, and once again, the suppress is going to end up being a big deal. Whether Ray decides to get this out before the Ebonheart.
I feel like the Crusaders Assault is also worth a consideration here, especially in that shadow or even in the field lane, just to keep that card draw going as well and pushing in a little bit more damage.
The thing is, if you play the Firebrand, the Crusaders Assault isn't going anywhere because you have the Fervor available, you have the you have everything just kind of ready to go. So the raiding party is gonna keep this Crusaders Assault active. I would think your best option is to just go everything development that you can in this position.
Do both Node Firebrands trade into the field lane here to keep the 9-2 alive?
It's possible. I think the other option is just assume it's dead and just fire everything face, but it looks like Ray's going to try to keep this alive, seeing how difficult it's been for Silver to answer. Going to keep firing off the Bandare Bruiser in the field lane, and
I mean, if it forces Silver to use the Cliff Racer here just to take this away, that's definitely going to be good for Ray.
Yeah, it's obviously insane for Ray. He would be ecstatic if that happened.
Surprise!
I'm not really seeing another option here, to be honest.
I think regardless, I'd really like to get this Halalu Oathman out. I know it's just for the mana, but I think we just need to get a little bit better on the board here. So, but that's a really unfortunate turn for Silver.
Oh, and here comes the Bannerman.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of situation where Bannerman is just really, really good. Problem is, oh, you really want this trader to die, but maybe you're comfortable enough in your life total that you're willing to just get this Bannerman out and take a turn off, give him the value trade. Mudcrab cleans up the trader next turn. It's awkward. You're hoping this Mudcrab gives you like an improvised weapon or something.
I think you just go
Firebrand,
for... Oh, the Ash
Servant.
Servant, though. Huh.
Mechanical Heart.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not... No, it's terrible. Never mind. If
No,
you're
I don't
forced to
think-
play
I
the
don't think you're
Mechanical
playing-
Heart...
I think this is a super awkward turn, but I think seeing how difficult, how much they struggled to do with a Bandari Bruiser just makes me really want to get this Markart Bannerman out.
Yeah, I would assume so, but
Barry's gonna play it a little bit safer than that.
I honestly would have really liked the Bannerman here. If Silverfuse didn't have any removal, even if the 5th Legion trainer was gone, Ray had Divine Fervor right in the next turn to make those Node Firebrands matter anyway.
Crucially, we are one off lethal for Ray here, so we're going down to 13, which does I think change it a little bit. If maybe this was pushing lethal, I would have liked this line a little bit better. I don't think this line is bad. It's just a question of which one is better. Bannerman was definitely a little bit more risky, but
There's the Banner. That's the. You know which one? The Oracle.
Ebonheart Oracle. Ray looking for 1 damage off the top.
Oh, there it is. Hello.
It's gonna do it. Yeah, this is gonna be lethal. Silver's gonna need a prophecy to stop it.
Well, Divine Fervor, boys. It is time.
Yeah, rewarded for going with the wide development play with Fervor in hand.
Now the question is always, what's the order of attack here?
I don't know how much the order matters because I think any prophecy is going to stop it. You can't skip any runes. The only thing you really want to do is probably leave the 5th Legion to last.
Did
Oh,
you
does
not
Ray-
see it?
Oh, looks like Ray did not see it. 4, 6, 9, 13. Yeah, that was 16 damage on 14 health for Silver. Ray may be catching that now as you see the hesitation after the first attack.
Yeah, I think it. Now he's seen it. But he's gonna go for the Markarth Bannerman, so since he's not gonna go for lethal right now, this is going to be even more difficult to deal
Gonna
with
take
for
the
Silverfuse.
development play.
It might just be trying to get into an even better position before actually going for the lethal, but not knowing what the opponent has in hand, it's not an easy thing.
There's something to be said about, you know, if there is a prophecy, I'm like 5% to lose the game. Maybe if I don't go in, I can get that higher than 95%. But I don't know. I think maybe just Ray maybe made one attack before getting ready. But well, I don't think this is unsalvageable. I think Ray can still pull from this position for sure.
Well, that's gonna be a healing of 8, so that's gonna be pretty big.
Yeah, 19, but with the fervor in hand, without really an ability to do anything, Silver's gonna be hoping this Pawnbroker does something against this Bannerman.
Well,
Septum Guardsman
is a god.
Yeah, it's something. It's with the Crusader's Assault. It's not gonna. It's essentially a heal for 2 there.
It's a heal for 2 and another heal for 4 by getting rid of. No, wait, that's even more. That
Okay, so
actually puts Silver into a pretty comfortable spot, all in all.
I'm trying to count if Rare has it here. So Divine Fervor pushes 8. Each Firebrand is going to be doing 3. So the 2 from the Firebrand pushes us at 12. Plus the Crusader's Assault. Yeah, this should be lethal for Ray.
Yeah, with the Crusader's Assault,
Well fought.
it's looking quite good, especially since both of those Node Firebrands can go into the Shadow Lane, so they're gonna be 3 1s, or 3 2s rather. Yeah.
This is 18 without even that. So
Was that relevant that he didn't Crusader's Assault here?
it might be. Hold on, let me redo some math here. So 8.
Still should be it still should be enough with the
14,
Node
yeah.
Firebrands because they are 10, 14. Yeah, it's fine. You
Yeah.
don't even need the Crusader.
Yeah, we're living live. Ray is not the type to do it twice. He's gonna move right along.
And Ray Barker taking down Silverfuse with the Hlalu against Hlalu Mirror.
Yeah.
Ooh.
First string Cloud Rest. Silver's not happy about that. She
Oh,
was
no,
in
not at
a
all.
very, 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 very dominant position until that point. But well played by Ray to keep the aggression on. I probably would have played that a lot more passively and would have gotten punished for it. So Ray just pushing damage in basically every instance, not really worried about the potential of heal, even though the heal eventually came in the form of Ebonheart Oracle. He had pushed so much damage that it didn't matter.
That's I don't know. I like how it worked out. I like seeing the Bannermen putting in work and
Yeah, just the struggles of aggro to kind of deal with most removed threats. That's an interesting way to beat aggro. A lot of people went with the line of Abomination, which ran the most removed threats of something like Disciple of Namira, and Markarth Bannerman is a similar sort of thing where it's like, if I don't deal with this, I'm going to lose the game, and most of the time as an aggro deck, you can't deal with it. And turn 5 is not late game. Turn 5 is early enough that the game's probably not closed out, and it's going to be tough to come back from a Markarth Bannerman getting to swing.
yeah, especially since those Node Firebrands are getting buffed up, and there's always several ways to do so. So we are going to jump right into the game here with between Ray Barker and Silverfuse. Game 2 coming right up for today's quarterfinals. Let me just update the score real quick. There we go. So, Cloud Rest this time in Ray Barker's opening hand. Not exactly what you want, you put that back, but Mudgrip Merchant into Orclan Captain. That's a pretty amazing starting hand, and the Mono Trader only makes it better. Oh lord.
Trader into Orclan Mudcrab is just a blistering start.
Of course, I'm on your side.
You go with the Orclan, you go with the Mono Trader first, and then there's a world where you either 5th Legion Trainer or Orclan Captain into Mudcrab.
Yeah, but the Rift thing is going to be a little bit of a punish here for that. Ray is going to have to try to find something off of this Mudcrab to prevent a really, really effective trade for Silver here.
Training is
Oh,
over.
nope.
It's time to
We're just
act.
going to go with the 5th Legion.
Mudcrab merchant.
I think
Read my lips.
it's almost always better to play the Mudcrab first, see what you get into your hand, and be able to react to that.
Well, I think the percentage chance he gets something that saves the trader is just so low, he wanted to just leave himself in a better position
Training is
afterwards.
over.
which is understandable.
Yeah, and I mean, you do buff up the Mudcrab to a 2/2.
Yeah.
Although the Mudcrab would have been able to trade with that 3/1 either way, so again, it's what he had decided to go for. In the
Yeah,
end
but
of
we
the
do
day,
have-
it's not going to
have,
make a difference.
We have Cleric of Kinds in the list for Silver Fuse, so even just getting extra attack on the Mudcrab, especially with a captain in hand, maybe she thinks she can survive the trade with the Kind, and the captain comes down to punish that. So definitely a reason to play the Mudcrab afterward. And the Helgen Squad Leader is just a really nice card that I think is started seeing some play in just regular Crusader lists, and getting that off the Mudcrab is a really big deal because that's just a really solid threat generated out of nowhere.
You still don't want to break that opening rune for 1 damage, though. That's straight up not worth
It's
it.
not. It's not as easy as I think. I think some people might think. I think some people might think you never attack there. I think there's some positions where just take the attack, take the damage when it's presented, because 1 damage matters. It sucks if they get a prophecy, but the prophecy density is relatively low. I think for silver, it's just the cloud rest.
Crusader. Yeah, Crusader doesn't have too devastating prophecies, one might say. Although the Cleric of Kine, as well as you said, Cloud Rest might have been quite big. Let's see how it goes, though.
Fight like a
Ray Ray is probably ecstatic with this turn. This is a very, very slow turn for silver. We do have the trade with the Mortong, or if you want to keep the Mortong alive, just to push it as much damage as possible, I guess you could just go with
I'll
the
whip them into shape.
Helgen Squad
Honestly,
Leader.
I would trade the Morak Tong here, I believe.
Yeah, I think you do as well.
Like
And now we have the Firebrand ready to come out, and we're gonna get some damage in here.
Helgen Squad
Silver
Leader
Proxy
coming
down
in
to
with 5
18.
attack.
Yeah, and a slow hand for silver. The Dawnbreaker is nice. The Sharpshooter is nice, but
It's just
Vanguard Sharpshooter is just very slow, and this is still like plenty of damage still represented.
It's not
It
gonna
is.
be.
It is only 8 damage. I assume we're gonna see this this Firebrand go down to the. Oh, we're gonna see the Kind come out instead.
I only need
Interesting. We do see the Sharpshooter on the Helgen Squad, so that's at least that's taken care of. He stays as a 1/2.
So leaving 12 on the board instead of taking the 3 off is a really interesting decision for silver there, because she is going to go very, very far down into the in life total terms right now.
Okay,
but not
I guess you just attack here, like.
Yeah. I think the only consideration is whether or not you play the Sharpshooter. I think this is all going face. If you're playing a Sharpshooter, you're obviously just playing it as a 3/3.
I don't think you play the Sharpshooter here. There's more upside to stop potential guards, or for example that
Like
that Rift thing. Well, Silverfuse not looking too good. Ray Barker here with the Legacy Hilalu list with Helgen's Squad Leader. No, wait, I tell a lie. That was a Mudcrab. But still.
I did the same thing earlier. I was raving about the Ash Berserker. I didn't even catch it. Apparently, it came off a Mudcrab. I was giving Joe so much credit. I was like, this is such a smart tech choice. Came off a freaking Mudcrab.
Sometimes the Mudcrabs are just better deck builders than you and me are.
Yeah. I was just like, okay, now Mudcrab has kind of told us maybe we should just be running these Ash Berserkers.
It's similar to that one Tribunal match where the deck just kept giving him the what's it called? The Mummifier.
The Death Priest, yeah.
Yeah, the Death Priest, and he
just
didn't
like
play it and lost. That was just sometimes your cards know better than you. That's just how it is.
Interesting to see the guard go field. So we're gonna see the Sharpshooter come out. And then the trade
a
commands.
lot of damage taken off. That's all
a lot
of the
of
damage
cleanup.
taken off. Silverfuse actually looks like she's stabilizing here. There's no charge set.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
wait for the charge?
Remember when she was stabilizing? Now this has to go field, right? Why is it?
useful.
I don't know. This makes it a little bit easier to trade
Yeah, it
into
just
it.
makes it way easier to trade in. The Dawnbreaker would have come down to punish either way, but just interesting to see that.
I mean, you couldn't even just
whatever.
Crusaders Assault it away. You don't even have to use your Dawnbreaker just yet.
Yeah.
Guide us.
or the
Or
Fervor,
that.
yeah.
That works too.
Fervor being the slowest card, just get that development out now.
There.
I mean, all in all, it wouldn't have mattered because Anasi would have died either way. But it's still a bit weird to see that decision.
Yeah.
This is a
Well, I mean,
horrible
it
hand.
would have. It would have also left the 5th Legion trainer alive, though. We would have had the 5th Legion trainer being able to make an attack, and it's just an awkward position for Ray Ray here. Based on the positioning of that Anasi, you would have been able to draw 1 card, push 3 damage, and maybe get yourself in a better position to push lethal the turn after.
Another point to consider, I don't think you ever not attack that final
The 5 rune, yeah.
because he has like 9 cards in hand already. It does not matter whether he's gonna be able to draw 1 more, especially in a low prophecy list like the Crusader one. You just put down the damage. You would have been able to. It's a lot easier to take down 5.
It would have been a risk. I mean, it's definitely that's definitely like a much harder decision. I would tend towards Ray Ray on stuff like this. Ray Ray, I think, Ray Ray has potentially played more games of Tessel than anybody in the history of the world. So,
I mean, you're not wrong.
I only need one.
You're not wrong, but it still puts in such a tough position here. Oh, the raiding party.
the raiding party is nice. It's not going to be quite enough though.
No.
Looking for next turn, but nothing, no sort of interaction right now for Silverfeast. She doesn't have any way to guard up. She's gonna have to draw into it, and if she can't guard up, this is lethal for Ray Ray.
Yep.
Now, to consider how is Silver looking, we've got 9, 12, 20, 24. The Firebrand is going to present lethal now for Silver, so she was able to top deck her own lethal. And now we're just same position as last time. We're looking at prophecies.
Again, Hlalu, not really a deck you would expect a lot of prophecies. Those are both really low prophecy. Let's see if there's any saving grace for Ray Ray Barker on this one. But again, this is a series still. Like, there's gonna be a third game after this if
Silver could skip 3 runes.
No
if she
way!
A little bit.
This is unreal!
Oh, that is just ridiculously unfortunate for Silver. It's another. It was first rune too.
Yeah, it was. It was.
The second rune was the scimitar.
Silver, I believe I heard Silverfuse's head reaching the desk at this point. Like, oh no!
It's just incredibly unfortunate. I think at this point you gotta have to Crusaders Assault. You can't stop this. You gotta.
No, you play the
Assault
East
for
March
one draw.
first. You play the East March.
Yeah. Try to hit. I don't know if Candlehearth Brawlers are in the deck. If they are, you're aiming for that.
No matter what.
That's just Sil is not gonna cut it, I
Sil-
believe.
Yeah, Sil's not gonna do it. The first rune, Prophecy Cloud Rest again, stopping Silver's lethal.
It's just insane.
And Silver just kind of gamesmanship showing that she had it without the Cloud Rest, but Ray now 47 ways to push through, and that's gonna be it.
Oh lord, that was a bit heartbreaking to watch. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, rough go for Silver there, hitting the first rune Prophecy Cloud Rest both times. But Ray had a couple of. I mean, let's keep in mind that the only reason we were in that position is that Ray had gone top decks with Sharpshooter, Crusaders Assault into Shadow Shift. So basically 3 dead cards in a row. Basically had to take 3 turns off just based on the way the deck was stacked, but was still able to pull through. So bad luck when the deck was stacked with the cards you're drawing. Good luck with the way the deck was stacked in terms of where the prophecies were placed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was. I mean, yeah, I get it. Like he had bad draws up to that point, and the chances were somewhat high for him to draw something.
It doesn't make it feel any
easier.
better.
No, no, it does not. But with that, Ray Barker now in the semifinals of today's WarpMeta tournament, and we'll be taking a very short break. I don't believe all of the matchups are through yet, so we might take a moment to.
Our next one's ready though.
Next one is ready?
Next one is a good one.
Okay, well, don't go anywhere, ladies and gents. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lord Kosta, and I have Ianbits here with me, and we're bringing to you the number 50 Elder Scrolls Legends Weekly Tournament of WarpMeta, and we have reached the semi-finals, and they're looking good.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good group. We're not. I think we don't have the bottom of the. Oh, we do have the bottom of the bracket. So the bottom is Ray Ray and Talon. I shouldn't spoil it. We can take a look at the bracket.
It's fine. It's fine. We'll go to the bracket right now, and then the truth will come to light anyway. So there we go. So top of the bracket is going to be Super Thanks against Trader Joe. Both players that we've already seen this tournament, right?
Yeah, and we at WarpMeta we really like it when and we were talking about it earlier. We have like all of these new players, and it's awesome to see. This is a great tournament to participate in, even if you don't consider yourself a top level player. So it's really nice to see like a rank 3 like Trader Joe make it in. Not sure how he made it past like all these players, but you just get yourself in there. Sometimes the odds are in your favor. So even if you're one of the lower ranked players, you can still push yourself.
Yeah, all right. Or like if you never get the ring. Oh, the shade. Okay, so the second semi-final is actually going to be Ray Ray Barker against Tolune Ongat. That man has been doing a showing today as well. Like Tolune Ongat, really good player. Again, I've been saying this. He has made a very good show in last week's TRS, and we see him in the semi-finals here with Ray Ray Barker. I think it's interesting that both Trader Joe and Ray Ray have been taking quite big breaks from Elder Scrolls Legends. They came in with a bang. Yeah.
And I'm excited to see Talane come back too. I think one of the biggest inefficiency, it's trying to figure out what gaps that people may be missed in the meta is a really fun thing to do. And I think Talane's habit of playing these control decks that are really aggro tilted. They're not meant to try and win these mirrors like everybody's building the Rage Warriors and the Telvannis, and they're always putting like this top end to try and win the mirrors. And Talane is maybe considering that a little bit less. He just wants to beat aggro, and he brings decks that people haven't really thought of that beat aggro, and it does really well for him. I've been more and more impressed by the way he builds decks recently.
Well, the first matchup that we're gonna take a look though is going to be Super Thanks 5v5 against Trader Joe. I don't believe we will be watching the second semi-final. Can you confirm that for me?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, but we will be watching whoever wins this in the final. So every single one of these players in the semi-finals have made a showing in one of the casted matches. So I don't feel too terrible about it. But yeah, Trader Joe against Super Thanks. We have seen their decks. We won't be going into in-depth analysis for this one, but do you remember what kind of lineups they brought, just broadly? Like, I think they're both very aggro, right?
Yeah, they were both full on Smork. Joe is a little bit slower. Super Thanks just straight up end your curve at 5 Smork. We have he's got the Crusader, the Halalu, and the Dagoth. Halalu has been banned. Joe has the mid-grow Telvanni, mid-grow Warrior, and mid-grow Sork, and the Sork was banned. So you have Warrior, the Telvanni going up against the Crusader and the Dagoth. This is just a good old-fashioned Smork off.
Well, I do like me some Smorkov, so can't really complain. I mean, honestly, if they are done within the next 5 minutes, we might be able to jump into the first match of the lower bracket.
I don't know. Ray Ray's lists were pretty fast too. Although I would assume Talon is probably leaving that Archer up.
Oh lord. Okay, so we are going to go into our first semi-final right about now. Trader Joe against Super Thanks 555 here in the WarpMeta tournament. Dagoth against Telvanni. Again, remember, these are very aggressive lists. Don't let it fool you. We see Quarter Club Gambler and Mudcrab in there immediately. That's actually a pretty good combo when you have the ring.
Yeah, Corner Club is one of those. Dust has talked about this a lot, about the huge disparity of how good this is on ring versus off ring, and ring for Joe finally, and he's got a hand to utilize it.
Basically, what the Corner Club does for you here is, if you get a bad card from Mudcrab, and that's gonna happen quite often, right? You have the Corner Club Gambler to use that value immediately to draw more cards. We're not able to see Super Thanks' hand just yet, as my comrade here restarts.
A little bit of affected, but we got there.
But yeah, Mournhold Trader, decent answer, one might say.
You can trust me.
Mournhold Trader is always a good thing to play on too, and we have right there. So good starts for both teams, both players, and just awkward for Joe here. You love getting the Gambler up, but you hate running to Shadow this really in aggressive mirror, especially against a Dagoth. You do not want to race a Dagoth because you know every single time there's a hand on 5.
It's guaranteed at this point.
Yeah. It's basically baked into the deck, and he's going to pitch the other Gambler. Not going to have enough time. He needs to get back on the board after this turn. Doesn't really have a choice this turn, but he'll need to kind of jump back on after.
Manic Jax kind of spoils himself because I think that's the only dual card Super Thanks is running in there.
Behold,
Yes,
my magnificent monster.
And here's the extra push.
Yeah. and
Wardcrafter, Dress, Renegade. Do you
Slow.
just control here?
It's a slow couple of cards. I think it has to just be the Bleak Coast, unfortunately. And the question is whether Joe wants to race this, whether he wants to go back into the field lane and fight this, or whether he wants to just, all right, let's go. I've got the negations in hand ready for the Hand of Dagoth. Let's just, we're just going to race. And the Wardcrafter Guard combo in the hand for Super Thanks could get punished by the negation. So it'll be interesting to see how these resources get used, because Joe's got answers for days.
Oh yeah, but Super Thanks also not too short on the answer part either. The Withered Hand Cultist is gonna make this a lot more difficult, and if Trader Joe does fill up the lane and try to race, there is a very eager what's it called?
Yeah.
Green Pact Ambusher waiting in the hands.
Greetings, lady. Yeah, greetings, lady is ready to go.
Greetings.
But hitting the lethal off the Doomfang is a really big deal here, especially seeing that top deck squish, because we could have dealt with potentially anything using the Wardcrafter. We could still use the Wardcrafter squish combo. What am I talking about? But lethal's a little bit more threatening than the ward or whatever would have been. Ward or 2 attack would have been. In this situation, you know it's going to get a trade unless you deal with it now. So Wardcrafter squish looks like a pretty tempting option.
To take away the ally?
Yeah, take away the ally, protect the 5/5 and the 4/3. Don't give them like any opportunities. You still have the negation to push damage, and you're still presenting 11 damage on board with them at 16. You're a little bit worried about them maybe getting you with the tutor.
Ooh, that's
No,
also
he's
an
just
interesting thing
Yeah.
to make.
He's going to take out that, and then I think we're probably going to see a Wardcrafter come down on either the Mournhold Trader or on the Bleak Coast Troll.
Careful there, friend.
It's going to be on the Bleak Coast Troll, just trying to protect that damage. So just trying to make sure that... Cause the problem with taking the other line, where you just trade into the Doomfang, is you're kind of leaving maybe too much of a window for Super Thanks to develop his own consistent 2-turn lethal, and that's something you don't want to happen.
Yeah, you
because you don't have
basically
2 turns.
you basically secure the race for yourself, right? You don't want things to get out of hand too quickly.
There he is.
And,
Every time.
Turn 5. 75 card deck consistency, ladies and gentlemen.
Really strong turn here for Joe. We have the negation. Joe with the salty emote with the harpy coming out.
I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, that's pretty.
Doesn't hit the Wardcrafter, which is interesting here, because now we still have a trade onto this Hand of Dagoth. We have the negation coming in. We're going to see, I think, this Wardcrafter make the trade in, and then double 2's coming out as well. Everything's going to have wards, so still a reasonable ward position for Joe. Although this Shadow Shift is going to be pretty huge here, allowing him to take out the Bleak Coast Troll and just switch to a controlling game plan. Sun and Shadow able to pull the bolt too, so this is a very close game currently.
Absolutely. And there's a couple of guards in there as well, so that's nothing to be underestimated either. If you do want to stay alive for a little bit longer,
especially against a Telvanni, having already seen the first negation, maybe he makes it what would probably be a good play, but in this case would be punished by just relying on a warded guard, assuming your opponent can't silence it.
I mean, he has several guards. He could go for the 2 guards with either the Green Pact Ambusher as well as the Orc. I can't read the names.
Yeah. Problem with that is it's just straight up.
Oh Lord!
Oh my God.
Okay then, I guess we can try King Emmerich when we need him.
Okay, that's
Houston. We have a problem.
Hail, friend. Joe firing it off. Oh, Joe might have actually just given him the information. Super, and Joe might have a little bit of history here. Uh-oh.
Oh no!
He's got the Shadow Shift to push the last damage too. He doesn't even need to Emmerich first. This Emmerich is going to seal it. Oh my
lord.
goodness. That is an 8 damage High King Emmerich.
Now that's a finisher, ladies and gentlemen. Oh
To
my
be fair-
god.
To be fair, he didn't actually need it.
I know.
the
He didn't need it. He could have silenced his own troll there, for
No,
example,
he actually
push
just,
further
he actually
damage.
just dressed Renegade. Skip even skips the
Oh
rune
yeah,
there too.
yeah, you're right.
So yeah, he had the answer in hand, but that was still just amazing.
Oh lord. There, you know, Ian, there are top decks and there are top decks.
Yeah, I think that's just so much better than any of the other options that won the game 100% of the time, just because it's the style. Come on, it's an 8
you know,
damage Ember.
at a semi-final, you know, something serious to consider now. You know, at a semi-final, you have played a lot of Elder Scrolls Legends up till that point. Okay,
Yeah.
so you are getting tired. I don't care who you are. You are slowly getting tired. You do need the force of will to keep going, and getting finished off by that High King Emmerich top deck is just ouch.
It's I love the style. You know, Joe's won too many tournaments. He doesn't want to do this like a pleb. He wants to fire this up in the right way.
Well, we are going to go into the second game immediately, and there's another Windkeep Spellsword waiting in the wings.
Wait.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
And a
But
Daggerfall Mage as
Aggro
well.
Crusader is
Lord.
Aggro Crusader is one that really can feast on these mirrors. Just kind of does just more. It does the tricks and the burst as well as basically any other class. It combines both of those with like the Cloud Rest and the Shining Saint, and then the aggressive stuff from Raiding Party, Mark Bannerman, and that sort of stuff. So it'll be interesting to see. Very strong start for Joe, though. This is as favored as I think Crusader is in this matchup. I think this is just a very difficult start to kind of beat. Just the bring warded creature into spirit.
There's the Pit Lion, so very strong openings for both players, honestly.
Yeah, it's strength on strength. These are the kind of matchups I love to see.
Yeah, Daggerfall Mage is going to go into the Shadow Lane, very likely to start contesting. No Shrieking Harpy just yet, so that's going to be some damage to the face, but I don't believe Trader Joe really minds the extra card draw this early.
Yeah.
And there's the Harpy.
There's the
Hello!
Yep. It's
It's
Joe's
a
pretty
thing,
happy
guys.
about that. Just shackling that out in what is almost certainly a race, but you don't necessarily want to be racing a Crusader. Even getting to lock down that Pit Lion doesn't give him sort of a guaranteed win in the race, considering the hand.
Do you
Crusader
ever
can
actually...
do a lot of stuff.
I have a question. Do you ever Harpy into the Lion and then squish the Wimpy, your spirit, into it to give the 5/5 to one of the warded creatures?
I think there's definitely a consideration for that. I think having seen it now, we're probably firing into. Oh no, not the Bruma, because Bruma got buffed. Yeah, it's a good question. I think the Gambler getting picked up maybe changes that, because the Gambler is just such a strong play in this position. But you could still consider it. You still have the option to do it. I wouldn't want to pitch either a Wardcraft or a Harpy. I think those are both just kind of too valuable in this scenario. But no,
Again,
it'll be interesting to
I'd
see.
go for it. Like, bring me the spirit. So
I don't know.
let's take a
You're
look.
still getting the value out of the spirit. Like, they're not touching it in field lane. It's still getting the 3/3 worth of stats by just
Oh yeah,
existing.
by just But the thing is, you also get rid of the Lion, so that's
Yeah.
it's also a cool consideration up against
You
Crusader.
got another Harpy ready for the Lion. Line's
Very
fine. Line's
true.
not hurting anybody.
Very true. That Lion has been domesticated for now.
But weirdly enough, I think just based on he's gonna go with Harpy. Based on the fact that we haven't seen like any trades happen, I think we're gonna see this Wardcrafter get pitched over the Squish. Yeah. Which is really weird because Wardcrafter seems like a great card in this sort of aggro matchup, but Joe doesn't want to trade. Joe wants everything to go face, so let's keep the Squish the Wimpy, which is going to open up potential face damage, instead of the Wardcrafter, which is only going to trade and delay. You don't want to be trading. Your opponent has 6 cards, and they're probably going to get more because they're a Crusader, and the only thing they do is draw.
Easy as hunting a red schemer.
Another kind of hard brawler is going to shut things off for the Shadow Lane for now. Lightning Bolt. Oof. Okay, hold up. No, you can't. You can't use the Mighty Conjuring just yet.
No.
I was considering it.
Yeah, just awkward. Just an awkward turn here for Joe.
I think you just tome.
He has a choice between like multiple good options, which is the best kind of awkward turn, but he can only choose one of them. And
Yeah.
I think this would have to be. I'm leaning towards this being the lightning bolt, but I could be off on that. I think the bolt on the Bruma is just really solid here, but the shade might just be better development, and that looks like what he's going to go with.
Putting in the Shadow Lane as well, just to protect it from random Nord Firebrands.
Yeah, the
which is
one
always
thing
good.
that I was considering is potentially looking at like trying to make sure shade comes out next turn for the Mighty Conjuring, but just getting the damage out there is got to just be better.
There's also not a lot of damage left that you need to do, right? At this point, Super Thanks is at 13. You have some big players running the field.
Profit from your
Yeah.
death.
And Cliff Racer is lethal. And Lightning Bolt. Oh, Lord! Okay, yeah, you go face with that.
Yeah, that is exactly where that's going. Now the marked man is going to come down here and
It's time to act.
theoretically stop lethal. But I believe this lightning bolt's going to allow him to push through, because we can go squish to take care of the defenses, pushing 10, and then the lightning bolt's gonna finish it off. So that prophecy lightning bolt ended up being a big deal because he did not have the opportunity to pair Cliff Racer with squish.
I
Would
love
have
the
had
sound of it, to be honest. And here goes the second lightning bolt, and Super Thanks gets taken down in an incredibly quick semi-final. Trader Joe just bringing all of the top decks and prophecies to this
Bringing this
semi,
one.
and yeah,
Yeah, he's
he's in the finals.
in the finals. Can we get some Pepe hands in the chat for Joe? That was always it's always his favorite emote. He said PP hands. We can say it for Super. But
Not only that, did anyone like stop the time? Like, what was that? 4 minutes?
so yeah, so like 6 or 7 minutes on a 2-game series.
Okay, you know what?
That's-
I'm gonna scroll down here, okay, and ask them, what's the standing? Question mark. we're gonna take a look at what the other semifinal looks like at the moment.
Yeah.
Because they're not in game. I don't know if we didn't start. They didn't start yet. I mean, okay. Well, in that case, you can start now. I guess we show both semis then.
Yeah.
I am not mad.
It was just that fast. I think I was talking to Joe earlier, and he was like, "I look forward to losing right away so I can go back to sleep." He just keeps accidentally winning.
Yeah, man. I didn't really want to win, but that lightning bolt prophecy out of nowhere.
It's like, yeah, if the game's making me, I guess.
If you insist, deck, I will play the Hiking Emmerich and take instant lethal. Fine. Oh, Lord. Well, it's come to my knowledge that Ray Ray has been taking a small break, so maybe we should too. Just give them a little bit of time, and we'll be right back just when the action begins. So, see you guys in a couple of minutes. So, we are going to jump right back into the game because the players have started, and I'm gonna be spectating Tolunayongut, or whatever that name is pronounced like, and we're gonna be straight in. So, hold up. Ian, have you unmuted yourself?
Watch yourself now.
Yeah, I am around. Sorry. I was trying to make sure I was getting everything ready. All right.
So, here we are. Ray Barker against Tolunayongut, and we have Sorcerer up against Lalu. Do you by any chance know what the bands were?
I can check for you real quick. We have the Telvanni banned for Ray, which makes sense considering Talonay's decks, and the Dagoth was banned for Ray. So Ray, I think, assuming that Telvanni was going to be taken out, just takes out Talonay's the controlled deck that they respect the most, which is weirdly Dagoth over the Tribunal. So the Tribunal's still up against Ray's list. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. But Ray off to a very fast start again, which is going to be the norm for Ray, considering the amount of 1-drops in the list. And he,
I think half that deck was 1 and 2 drops, so you know.
Yeah, it's crazy. Running 9 1-drops, you're gonna have some fast starts.
You don't even need the ring at that point, but you know, when you do get it, it's still quite
I'll
nice.
see you dead.
Yeah, but this is the situation that I really like. This is why I like Bannerman, because we're looking into strength turn, and Bannerman's gonna come down after Talonay has to use his sort of recovery tools to answer the initial board state, and then Bannerman's gonna seal the deal. And this is. It's precarious, certainly. If Talonay can find a way to get back on the board, mainly with, I think, a Prophecy here, he can swing this around. But very strong start, and Ray's got the follow-up.
Yeah, and it's... Even if you're playing a 3 Magicka 4/4 and a 4 Magicka 5/5 back-to-back, against Lalu Explosive Start, it still feels kind of slow, you know? You play the Bleako Stroll, okay, you're not able to trade away that Candlehearth Brawler, so... What are you even doing?
when going Mammoth into Troll feels slow, maybe the opponent's deck is just a little bit faster than yours. This is like a pretty solid start, but this is turn 4, and Ray is just firing all of the pressure he can muster like out of a cannon into Talonay's face.
Do you even... I think you even go Garnek here. You don't need Garnek for the Magicka reduction against Sorcerer. You need him for the stats.
I think it's all face in Garneg. The only question is, I think, placement for the Garneg, where you want this to, if you want this to go in field, or do you want to say, okay, I'm going to accept that they're probably going to do something to the field lane, and let's just switch our game plan over to Shadow.
I would be very tempted to put it on field, just to leave the Shadow unanswered for the Bannerman. Like bait Tolunay going full into the field lane as well, and then having the Shadow lane for your own. As the Bannerman.
We must protect the Night
And it
Mother.
does feel like Ray, that's what he's gonna go for at least.
You can't defeat me.
Gonna go into the field lane. We're gonna make trades just to protect the board position a little bit more. Interesting. And the Shadowfen coming down. If the Shadowfen is to come down here, I think Ray is gonna be pretty ecstatic knowing what next turn is gonna be.
Would you ever actually play the Shadowfen here though? Because I don't believe you would. It doesn't make any sense.
Just doesn't open up anything, so
I think the Skinned Hound with a +0/+2 would be quite reasonable, as you would stop the bleeding with that.
Yeah.
And then
Siege
Catapult. Siege Catapult Skinned Hound. That does it quite well for you, honestly.
Could have also been on the Daggerfall. Daggerfall would have been interesting there, although Ray does get to push damage in that instance. But just firing this off on the Catapult, even though you're hanging a mana, it's a better target. You're definitely worried about the Cloud Rest here, though.
Oh yeah.
I think at this point you're sort of committed, and we just got to go with this Skinned Hound. But that was something to consider Daggerfall for.
Well, let's see what Ray's top deck is going to be, because Bannerman does seem perfect on his side on the field, but Caster Vision reveals that this is not the timing to play him.
Yeah, well, this is the only turn for Ray. I don't think there's anything he ever does here besides put the Bannerman down. Well, yeah, maybe we go with Oathman at this point. Because you would have to go... the order for Oathman is just too awkward, I think.
Yeah, Suran has to be played without anything.
Yeah.
Whereas you gain... in theory, you gain Nord Firebrands next turn to jump off Suran and then to play it. So I think mathematically it makes more sense to go Bannerman here always.
Yeah, but the other side of that is you're losing your field lane for basically nothing. So maybe you assume, okay, even though Bannerman might be the best play, it's still a really bad play, so maybe I should go digging for something a little bit better. But Ray Ray's just gonna go with the Bannerman.
And here comes the punish.
Yeah, it's a punish, but it is a relatively slow one. If Ray Ray can pick up anything low cost, basically here, Ray Ray's gonna be in a good spot.
One of the 9 1-drops, you mean?
Yeah, one of the 9 1-drops. Anything to trigger this Pawnbroker before the Oathman. If we can trigger this Pawnbroker and then play the Oathman, just extend a little bit. You still have the 4/4. You can still bash face with that, even though it's not getting any Firebrand friends. But
It's a sad, lonely Bannerman, it feels.
yeah.
So
I mean, you're still forcing your opponent to basically take a turn off to deal with this. I mean, a 5-mana 4/4 is not what they want to do, and Tollenay's gonna let this swing. Really didn't like the idea of just playing Shadowfen, and
that's gonna be explosive as
yeah,
heck.
Ray maybe thought Ray Ray just had a better turn than he ended up having, because Ray Ray would have been kind of dead in the water. He would have had like some outs with the Oathman, see what you can find, but
interesting that he would go for the Oh well, why not? Actually,
yeah, the Bannerman's dying either way.
yeah, and you get an extra card. You still have perfect 5 Magicka for the. I think you still attack. I think he was considering for a moment playing the 1-drop before attacking, but I don't think that's worth it.
I think he will end up doing it. I think he's just gonna go Pawnbroker Oathman first. I think we're getting everything out here before we deck. Well, I want the extra damage at this point, and that Bushwhack is actually quite nice as well.
Yeah, for later, definitely.
Just tell me who to stab.
Interesting to see this Pawnbroker go
Yeah, I
field.
forgot that he could activate this run without the Node Firebrands. My bad.
I can take up.
Ooh, that Fervor is really nice to pick up. Even though the Shadowfen's in hand to deal with it, it's still a position where you're going to be doing a lot of damage from hand with this Fervor.
Yeah, this is 4. So 1 extra because of the Rune Break, then extra 4, then 1 extra. Like, you have 10 damage basically from hand. And
Now,
then...
Talonate, he can use this turn to clear off everything except for the 2/2, which I have to think is going to be the line. We can use the Crown Quartermaster, buff up the dog, Mammoth trades into the Bannerman, and then Shadowfen comes down and allows the trade into the Raider. And that's a really solid turn, but it's basically just making up for the damage from not playing the Shadowfen the previous turn. Now, I don't necessarily disagree with the decision Talonay made, because basically Ray Ray presented him with 2 bad options, which is let the Bannerman swing or take a really bad turn, and Talonay chose to let the Bannerman swing. This might end up actually working out for him, because we're gonna see him stuck at 11 life. 2 Firebrands and a Fervor is nice, but it's not gonna do 11. More cards for Ray Ray though. Wait, is that it? That I believe is gonna be lethal. Fervor and 3 Firebrands with the 5th Legion Trainer. Each Firebrand's going to represent 3. Is that 1 off? That's 1 off lethal, I believe. Fervor pushes the Oathman up to 3. Each Firebrand represents 3 damage. That is 1 off lethal.
I mean, you still go for it, because
Yeah, especially with Bushwhack.
the chances of getting 1 more charger in a Hlalu list is quite good. Especially since Sorcerer isn't exactly perfect at getting rid of the stuff from the Shadow Lane.
They can't really deal with white boards. I think this is still to play 100% of the time. The only question, I think, is whether we're going to go with the 5th Legion to push an extra 3 damage, or if you want to play the Broomer Profiteer. I would think it has to be the 5th Legion.
I think so too. I think the chances of there being a Sorcerer's Negation getting rid of the Bruma Profiteer immediately are bigger than him being able to get rid of all of the Node Firebrands.
Well, especially with the Bushwhack, you know that guarding up isn't an out. They have to find a way to somehow kill 3 Firebrands, and if you just play everything in the field lane, there's only 1 creature over there that's just not going to be able to do it.
Wait, hold up, what?
If you want to talk business, you
What?
come to the right place.
Oh, he's just going to hold it. Okay, this is fine too.
Okay,
He's just
okay.
going to hold it back here. He's just cycling
Isn't
the
this a
Bushwhack
bit
basically
risky
for
though?
pushing.
Hold up, that's 10, 13. Okay, no, that's not enough damage to burst him down just yet. But the Bushwhack, it feels
bolt
bad, man.
would have done it, I think Ray Ray is pretty confident that there isn't 2 bolts in the hand for Talane, because Talane's had opportunities. He would have used the bolt, I think, over the Shadow Fen in that Raider turn. So knowing he basically didn't have a bolt at that point means that there's basically no chance that he's going to have 2 bolts here.
Okay, so what does Soul Knight do here? Do you attack?
I don't think there's really anything Talane can do. I think this is sort of a checkmate scenario. Talane has no interaction. The only interaction he has is in the form of High King Emmerich, so he can take out the 3/3, but it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, he does even know that there is at least 2 Nord Firebrands in hand for Ray.
I think this situation here is to just push as much damage as possible, because you can get Ray Ray to the point where Prophecy Bolt would kill him, and then hope that Ray Ray can't skip the last rip.
Which is the case, funnily enough. So damage.
Yep. This is just gonna be putting Ray Ray to 4, and let's
see.
play some Russian roulette here.
1 prophecy left, ladies and gentlemen. Do you ever just mud crab?
I think Shadow Shift is more likely to find the damage than Mud Crab. You need 1 damage here, so you have 2 Shadow Shifts and a Mud Crab to find it, because you don't need to play this 5th Legion.
Hello, Hlalu Othman.
Okay, now we have 4 draws at it. Now we have 5 draws at it.
Oh lord. Okay, so there comes the Suran Pawnbroker. We will be getting a what? Shadow Shift yet again.
Let's try again.
Nothing
yet.
No.
Nah, he just gives up and fires it. All right, let's go. Let's finish it up. We could have checked the Mud Crab, but stop playing games and let's just finish it up. And Talane is not able to take that one.
And Ray Barker taking the first match in this semifinal. We're gonna get to see that Hlalu again. So what is the second deck? What is the second deck for?
It is Controlled Tribunal. So this is, I think, the one that Talane wanted. Talane is, I think, the Tribunal is favored against both, but I don't think it's heavily favored against both. Ray has a lot of threat density in the Archer, so there's more threats than I think the standard Archer list, which is going to give him more of a chance against the Tribunal. And then the Hlalu is just tons of card draw, tons of burst. Even though the Tribunal is very control heavy, it's going to be tough to always make it through. You're going to be favored, but favored isn't 100%. Favored something like 60% against Hlalu, just because they're so consistent in finding their early game. So
I'm just baffled still. This is so much hype in the last couple of matches that I'm still left here processing the things that we've seen today.
Yeah. Very, very interesting, weird games.
It's perfect. I love it.
So
I love everything about it. So, in game, let's go. Hold up. There, I misclicked. There we go. Second match of today's semifinals, of today's second semifinals, because one of them, one of the players of the lower semifinals took a little bit of break, and then we had the entire first one. It's perfect. That is not the starting hand you want.
No,
that, however,
he keeps the Javelin, which is really interesting.
Did he, or did he just redraw it?
Javelin against a deck with this many 1-drops. Maybe he redrew it in the exact same spot.
It's possible.
That conscription's not actually dead. Talane runs a lot of 2-drops, but
that was the Withered Hand Cultist.
Ray Ray just hit a Withered Hand Cultist off of a Mud Crab. Come on, man.
He has a family. What are you doing?
I just want to play a normal video game, and then there's this crab. He keeps on.
Oh, it's great. It's just great.
Yeah, Scimitar into Morgtong into Withered Hand Cultist. Yeah, it's looking a little bit dodgy for Talane. He'll need to find something to get back on board, because none of these actions are going to be playable anytime soon. Well, that Crushing Blow will be playable immediately next turn, but the other ones, not so much.
And here come more 1-drops. There's an Execute. That's a perfect answer if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Talonay gonna go with the execute because it's more conditional, but he's gonna get punished here because he's gonna leave up a little bit more power that the Withered Hand Cultist is now going to protect. And not only protecting that, you have the Hive Defender protecting it from any actions, and then you have the Markarth Bannermitten coming down afterwards. This is insane. I think Talonay needs a prophecy now, or this game is over.
It's insane, man.
The second cultist picked up. This might just be it. This is a ridiculous draw for Ray Ray.
The crab gods. The crab gods are with us.
The crab has decreed that it hates Tribunal.
Okay, well, at least, listen, man, it's not over yet. Talonay can play a camel now.
That Memory Wraith is actually a fantastic draw. Like, non-ironically, getting something just big and chunky on the board right now is, you need to. That's the only option. So now you're opened up a little bit more for prophecies, because you could potentially find a prophecy to hit the one of the cultists, and then that will open up the crushing blow. At least give you a chance to do something.
Do you just play the? I was gonna say Bannerman, but I guess the god.
Yeah, no.
Does
You're
it
more
quite
focused
well.
on protecting your current board state, because clearly, if they're playing like Memory Wraith and doing a lot of passing, they're having trouble dealing with this, and it's not going to get any easier. But the Memory Wraith is going to do something. We're getting a little bit of heal off this Barrow Stalker,
I smell
and another one going to come down just to try and protect. Memory Wraith is going to swing in. Everything's got 3 attacks, so nothing really you're concerned about hitting more than the rest, aside from the cultists. So definitely worth it to make that swing.
I guess you go Mudcrab and your own guard into the Hive Defender of your opponent, and then go face with your Withered Hand. Oh no!
The
all
question
that.
is, yeah, I think you're just keeping this guard up. I think you're seeing how much damage these Withered Hand cultists are doing. You just want to make it so the only trade that happens is death.
Hello.
Everything needs to be protected, and that has got to be the
Magicka lightning bolt. That's the saddest lightning bolt
So-
I've ever seen.
Talonay could have. I think if you visit from the future, and you give Talonay that exact board state where the board position is in field lane, Withered Hand Cultist, Markarth Bannerman. You don't show him either hand or board state. He would say, "Okay, I have a 1% chance to win this game." Because that's how do you do it? That is such a frustrating board to look at as a tribunal.
Especially
And-
since there's yet another Hive Defender just waiting in the
he's
wings.
coming right back.
Hello! Oh lord. Surround
Yeah,
Pawnbroker. Yeah,
this
just, you know, a
was-
4 Magicka, move in shadows, casual.
Yeah. This, yeah.
Hey man,
this is-
at least you can play Crushing
yeah.
Blow now. Now, hear me out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun seeing Tribunal
Just-
struggle like this.
Yeah, it's been a very strong deck for this reason. Is it's generally good in these sorts of matchups, but when you get a cultist and then the gods of Crabo descend upon you to give you another cultist, you're a pretty good spot.
Yeah, one might say that. Is that gonna be the hate? No, not even gonna be the hate on the Withered Hand. Oh no, it needs to be on the graveyard. For a while, Piercing Twilight was bugged, and you could just actually pick things that are on board instead of just things that are on the
Oh,
graveyard.
that would be amazing. Just kill both of the winners.
Yeah, no, you couldn't get rid of those on board, but like you could at least get rid of all of the rest, even though the enemy hasn't dropped it on the graveyard. So, yeah, that's gonna be a quick second semi-final as well, and we will be going into the finals with Ray Barker as well as Trader Joe.
We're gonna have more smoke, I think. I think Joe insta bans the archer. We're gonna see this. We're gonna see one slow deck from Ray, and then everything else is gonna be fast. So.
Man, these
bit of a-
players haven't
bit of a
been.
change.
These players haven't even been playing Elder Scrolls Legends the past
It's
month.
the two people who haven't been playing. Just
They
grab
came
the
in
old,
and like, okay, he's.
just
To
taking
be
it all
fair,
away.
they probably stacked while they were not playing. They stacked up on so much RNG,
Yeah.
so much RNG.
We've seen those crabs. They've been
We've
on point.
seen those Cloud Resolusionists as well. Oh lord. I can't. My heart is just, it's just too much, man. Ian,
We're not
save
done.
me.
We're not done with the crabos, man. We got more crabs coming.
So we're gonna have just a little bit of a break, 3 to 4 minutes, as we've set everything up for the grand finals of today's tournament. So don't go anywhere, man. The day is not over yet. So see you in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time. It is time for the grand finals. My name is Lord Kosta, and I have Ianbits here right next to me. And this has been an incredible tournament so far in so many ways. The hype just started at the very beginning and just kept going and kept rising.
It's not the finals I think anybody expected. We've seen a lot of slow lists do really, really well in the past couple of tournaments. We've seen Control Telvanni, Tribunal, and last tournament we ran was Rage Warrior, did very well. Today we're seeing more aggressive lists kind of be able to push through. Maybe people figuring out the text for the meta, and or maybe just you needed the right players to play him because Ray and Trader Joe coming back. Ray with no new cards, Joe just trying out Squish the Wimpy in his mid-grow list, and both of them have been able to push through.
Yeah, before we go into the grand finals, we're gonna take a small look at the bracket one final time, just to see how these guys got here, right? If of course Battlefy felt like it, like come on, man, come on.
Come on, Battlefy, what are you doing?
Oh Lord. Okay, so yeah, let's take a look. We have on the one hand, I should actually just reload this, just so it looks even prettier. Okay, it will look prettier. Trust me. both of them in the grand finals. We have on the one side Trader Joe, who has beaten Karakon Zul, Bjati, Flo, Super Thanks, as well as Kovera's BG. Like that was not an easy line.
Let's qualify this, okay? So while a lot of people had buys, Trader Joe first match had to take on the guy who was currently number 2 on the ladder and who made semifinals and 2 straight WarpMetas before this. Then he took on Karakon Zul, multiple time number 1 legend finisher. Then he took on Bjarty. Bjarty's a very good player, been around for a while. Then he took on Flo. Flo spent most of the season at number 1 this season. And then he took on Super Thanks, who was also a multiple-time number 1 legend finisher. That's the road he's had to get through. That's ridiculous.
It is. And he finds himself now in the grand finals of today's WarpMeta. And now, let's take a look at Ray. What was Ray's matchup so far? He didn't get a buy on first turn either. It's Kosia Kuzmin, Jelly77, Muncifer, Silver Fuse, and Tolune Onga. So what do these names tell you?
So Kosia Kuzmin is also a very strong player who we've seen multiple times this tournament. Jelly, I think you guys all know, very strong player. Muncifer, not a name I recognize, but Muncifer made it through 2 rounds, so definitely something to be said.
Has also been playing in WarpMeta a couple of times. It's not a completely new name, that's for sure.
So just not quite the same gauntlet Joe had to run through, but still a lot of very strong names in there. And Ray didn't really have any trouble taking any of them out. He's only dropped 1 game by the looks of it, and that was to Jelly.
Yeah, Silver Fuse as well. Tolune, I mean, you watched those semis. Those were not easy semis. It's just worked out. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Well, with that said, we are going to be going into the matches very, very soon. Let me just give the signal to the 2 players. And yeah, who do you think can take this? The Ring? Or
No, I don't. I think Ray plays relatively slow in these aggro matchups, and I don't know. I don't think this one's going to be as decided by the Ring. I think both the Telvanni and the Archer list that Ray can function offering. So maybe the aggro matchup's a little bit more decided by that, but I don't think this series is going to be decided by Ring in any way.
What were the bans actually? Did you check on that?
I can get those. I'm guessing the Archer's going to get banned for Ray. Oh, the Halalu is banned for Ray. So Joe wants to just take on the control. Yeah. Joe doesn't want to play the mirrors. He wants to let's just go aggro versus control, and let's see how this goes.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be today's grand finals. Ray Barker against Trader Joe. Archer against Telvanni. Aggressive Telvanni against Rage Archer. A deck that we haven't been seeing in a while, to say the least. And yeah, that already looks like a very strong opening hand for Trader Joe. 2 Windkeep Spellsword and a Ward Crafter. Like, wow, that's gonna be explosive.
Yep.
We'll be getting the second hand up very, very soon. Oh no, wait, yeah, right, you're in the mulligan.
Yeah, Rary's just waiting on the mulligan, looking at a Corner Club Gambler, Rapid Shot, and a Vigilant Giant. So,
I mean, if you can mulligan away the Vigilant Giant, that would be quite nice.
Yeah. It's a relatively difficult mulligan. You have to consider whether you want to keep the Gambler, especially off Ring, because you know that's not really going to contest field lane. and you're afraid of maybe what your opponent's going to do. But he is going to keep it and hopefully get some recovery tools out of it, because there's a good chance Joe's just going to get the onus on the board here.
Big alert coming up. This is Trader Joe having a ring.
And this is Trader Joe
First
having a
time
ring
since
and,
the quarters.
and ripping the Corner Club Gambler off the top going into the ring turn. Also pretty good too.
Yeah. So I've heard. I heard it's quite decent to start it off with a turn 2 Corner Club Gambler. Especially since Ray has no answers for it.
Yeah, this is, and the best part about this, number one part about this, is Joe can play this in field lane. You do not have to run with this Corner Club Gambler, and that's such a big deal. Never mind, he's going to run anyway. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Hey man, what if those were 3 North Firebrands in that hand? Okay.
Well, then Joe would win anyway, because it's not in the deck list.
Oh lord.
Okay. Yeah, the downside of that is you would likely have to make the trade there, just to play around something like a. I don't know, do we have crossbows in the list for Ray?
I think you play that Lightning Bolt. Just straight up get rid of that enemy Corner Club. Put
it's an
the
interesting
opponent
thought.
at a huge card disadvantage.
It is an interesting decision, but it's a question of how much do you care about card disadvantage. Because you do have the opportunity to just develop the Wardcrafter here if you want. Wardcrafter win keeps a little bit better development, but I don't think it's so good that you don't consider the Bolt. It looks like Joe's just going to go with the development line, though. He's going to say, I'm going to give you infinite cards. Your restriction is going to be mana, and that's fair. He wants to close this game out before he has enough mana to utilize those cards.
Yeah, that is definitely fair. Though it does give Ray at least a couple of extra options. Though those are not the options he would have liked to see at this point in the game. Like, the Rage as well as the Vigilant Giant are not going to be relevant for double as many turns, funnily enough.
Yeah, this is the threat density you see in Ray Ray's deck too. Again, I think it's going to be makes this much more solid against decks like Tribunal and Rage Warrior than the normal builds of Archer, but they can definitely clog up your hand a little bit in these aggro matchups, but still able to take a decent amount of damage off the board, and Joe's not looking at a particularly good turn. He's just going 4 mana 4/4 here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you kind of have to do at this point. Lightning Bolt not really worth doing anything. You could consider trading away that. There's no reason to take off that Earthbone Spinner and missing an attack. I think you just go face and just see how much you can.
I think
push.
there's something to be said about it, because it prevents it. In theory, gives you a kill, but it's just weak to too many things that Ray could potentially do to come back and clear up the lane. But just
I do like the Assassin.
Hitting the lethal is definitely a big deal here.
Especially since you have the Archer's Gambit to take away that Mammoth immediately.
Yeah, and it's almost certainly going to be the line here. You have the Shadow Shift to bring it back over if Joe maybe develops a big threat into the Shadow lane. And we're going to lose one of the win keeps here.
Huh, no, he's actually going to make it even more efficient, take another 2 damage off board, and just leave the 1 win keep.
Yeah, just leave minimum damage on board. I can definitely see that.
If Trader Joe goes for the dagger into trade, that loses him quite a lot of tempo.
Well, he can't. You can't. We have the cover from the Shadow lane.
Oh
too.
yeah,
That's where it
that's
started,
right.
yeah. I think there's only one line here, and it's Cliff Racer, and that Cliff Racer is only ever going one place. It's an unfortunate.
It starts with F and ends with Ace.
It's an unfortunate line though, because it puts him in an exact 10, and you're at the point where basically any prophecy is gonna make it really, really hard for you to close this game out.
It's not over just yet though. There's no immediate answer for the Cliff Racer, so that's definitely a good thing. The win keep
prophecies
isn't
for
gonna.
Ray.
Oh yeah, never mind. There's the.
There's a sync bet, yeah.
And Brynjolf.
Archer with 9 cards is going to be able to hit it, but that's the big one. The Brynjolf is the bigger deal, because the Brynjolf is going to be the thing that allows Ray to get back in terms of life total. And that's what he's going to need to do. He even has the option to play it this turn. The Brynjolf is what he needed. Not a ton of heal in the deck. I actually think it's just the Brynjolf for Ray here, which is a little bit awkward.
Quite huge.
he is going to get punished for this because this going field is a huge deal. We could even see the giant snake come down because rage is not available, no contracts in hand. The fact that this is field is a big deal. The giant snake would have stopped it regardless, but he had options to bolt it, and this is very good.
Do you just lightning bolt it away? I think you do, don't you?
You're not really afraid of anything. No swords in the list for Ray Ray. Gambit's only going to heal for 1 out of rage range. I think this is just going to be giant snake into crown quartermaster, and then if you need to deal with it next turn, you can. You're developing more power this turn. You're setting up lethal. Your opponent can't heal. Their only heal card is kind of stuck there, not able to do anything.
Yeah, and I mean there is a guard, but
because if they're at 8 and their only heal card is on the board, and you have 7 damage in your hand,
the shackle is gonna be pretty big though.
yeah,
That does stop lethal quite well. Is there any other line? No, I don't believe so. I think you just mudcrab here and hope for the best.
you have the Emmerich is doing 4 damage, so you're doing something with that. It's not getting a kill on the Brynjolf, but it can get a kill on the Douchnik and push the damage, so that the 4 potentially isn't enough. You're definitely worried about the rage here, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it does look like Ray Ray has set it up quite perfectly for a rage from Brynjolf. I don't see a line where you can just take it off though.
Nope, we're mud grabbing for a lesser ward, I think.
I think you kind of have to mudcrab here, yeah. There's no way to get rid of the Brynjolf. You have to respect the rage.
Read my lips.
Yeah, exactly. Guard into shackle, punish Joe's line pretty hard. Can Mudcrab pull another miracle?
Lay down
arms.
No way!
That is insane. It's still gonna give Ray Ray a lot of time to kind of recover his board position, but
Hold up.
he's not gonna use it.
Yeah, he's not gonna use it. That's
only but it's only 8 heal for Ray Ray here. So 16 is, while it's a good number, it's not an unbeatable
8
number.
plus 4, that's 12.
Yeah.
That puts him back to 20. That's actually quite
Puts you
big,
back to
honestly.
20 and then 14. Lay down arm stops any future heal, but yeah. I mean, it's still a good turn for Ray Ray, but it's not the end of the world because this Emmerich is still very difficult to deal with, although getting that Sanctuary Pet off the top for Ray Ray is another big deal.
Yeah, those were just the right Sanctuary Pets, to be honest.
Alright, we got another Crabbo ready to roll.
I would have liked to see the lay down arms here, not gonna lie.
Read my lips.
I think we're gonna see it come down now, but yeah, it would have been interesting. Not developing the Emmerich would have been bad because you kind of have to push every damage from the shadow at that point. But stopping the heal would have been just such a big deal. Finding a kill on that Brynjolf if he wants it.
Doesn't take the heal just yet.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the 1 point of healing is not gonna be the relevant thing.
Yeah, but now Ray Ray I think has enough though that Ray Ray is just gonna set up his own lethal. Just I don't think gonna be able to push through in time.
He even gets additional magic up by going face with Brynjolf, so there's that. Something to consider, that he's at 10 effectively. I don't know if that makes any difference, but you know, it's there. Giant, not belligerent, the Vigilant Giant onto the Shadow Lane would be a very, very good play as well.
I'm having trouble seeing exactly what cards are there, so I don't think we have a way to break that.
Let me tell you, we have the
ward.
Parmarath, you have the Vigilant Giant.
I get it. It's they're just a little bit blurry for me. It's fine.
I mean, you're the one
crossbows and
spectating.
I
Like, you can just look on your.
Yeah, but then I won't know Joe's cards. What if that dagger transforms?
Well, I think that's pretty much a lockdown for Ray at this point in the game.
Crossbow's gonna get even more heal because the Core Clan Bloodkin came off the Mud Crab. Yeah, it's rough. The Brynjolf not taking out the Brynjolf. Tough to say whether Joe would have pushed through, and I think he made the right play in the decision, but it was punished by exactly Sanctuary Pet into guard, preventing any sort of interaction with the Brynjolf. Just unfortunate that that's the way it worked out. I think those percentages were close. I think it's tough to figure out exactly what the correct line is on that Brynjolf turn, but
Yeah, Trader Joe is just not gonna deal with it and just gonna try and focus on the next match. I can't blame him for it. That was a pretty devastating rage on the Brynjolf. So, we'll be going into the next match very, very soon.
Joe left on good old Joe Warrior because the Sork did get banned.
Can't be too mad about that.
Yeah, Joe Warrior can struggle against Archer, but Cultist is a big deal. A lot of what they want to do relies around Archer's Gambit and Shadow Shift doing some pretty nutty things. So maybe you can find a way to push through that way.
I think they're already in the second match. Let me just... Yeah, they are. Okay, well, that was fast. We go to the second match for the grand finals today. Trader Joe against Ray Ray Barker. Archer against Warrior. This time the ring does go to Ray. It is ironic that Joe loses the match that he did get the ring on.
Yeah,
so let's take a look. What are the cards on Ray's hand?
It's a Sanctuary Pet, and then a couple cards that don't matter because they aren't Sanctuary Pet. Sanctuary Pet is the nuts in this matchup. It is just absolutely fantastic against a Warrior. Almost always going to be a 2-for-1.
Especially since you can combo it with a crossbow.
Just stalls their game plan. I mean, not a 2-for-1 by itself, but gives you options for 2-for-1s rather. Now this is a curious decision because the Sanctuary Pet's not really getting a good contest here. And we're not looking at a great spinner, so maybe this is Gambler
Betting the Leaf Lurker. I think that would be the play.
Spinner or the Leaf Lurker. Maybe even the Crossbow if you think Crossbow is just a little bit too slow. But
it might be, but I would not be tempted to.
Safe play is just protecting your life total, right? Like you don't expect it. A Gambler will go off in the late game against a Warrior most of the time. Yeah, we're just gonna go with the safe play, protect the life total, get the Sanctuary Pet down.
Well, it
basically
block
block the
Trader Joe can just skip and go into the Shadow Lane with his 3 young mammoths here.
Yeah, he may be tempted for Haunting Spirit. If this is Haunting Spirit in the field, Joe is about to get blown out. If this is, the Haunting Spirit at all is he really wants that to be the play this turn, but either Gambit or Crossbow represents, a pretty big problem. Yeah, Mammoth's going to head to the Shadow. Just to play around, I believe, the Gambit, but the Crossbow is ready and waiting. And not only is the Crossbow going to take out this Mammoth, it's also going to keep the Sanctuary alive, and that is a big deal.
Yeah, so this makes it 2-for-1, so rather, 3-for-2 would be the correct way to say it. I think you might even just Earthbone Spinner this away at this point.
It's possible. I think you just need more stats on the board. Yeah, he's just gonna go for the tempo efficient play, hoping to find a 2 next turn to maybe pair with Haunting Spirit.
Not only that, there's also just the straight up Sower on turn 5. I haven't seen a Sower in a while, to be honest.
Yeah, most people haven't been playing Warrior, and Redoran barely exists, so.
Care to make a friendly wager?
And here's the Gambler turn, so finally Ray a little bit of a slowish turn, and this Sower of Revenge is going to come down and try and do some stuff. Ray looking for something like a Shadow Shift. Oh, nope, he's just going to go with the 2 into 3, fair enough.
I mean, yeah, if you do get the 2-drop, might as well, right?
Oh yeah, I think having 3 creatures on board makes this way harder to deal with efficiently in terms of like doing lethal game stuff.
I mean, you can of course just draw 2 Sanctuary Pets.
That's like it.
That is an option, of course, if you really feel like it. Oh lord.
What have we here?
Gonna go with just the. Hold on to the lethals, interestingly enough. Yeah, not feeling, I think, super threatened right now, just considering the current, the way the life totals are working out right now. Taking 6 isn't the end of the world, so holding on to those Sanctuary Pets seems fine.
Do you just double Mammoth here always, or do you Mudcrab Sower?
That's a really good question, and I would think after just seeing the spinner, I want to get this Sower out, mostly because it's going to protect this 3-2, and I think that has at least a little bit of value right now. But he's
on the other hand, the Sower is most relevant in the last couple of turns, right? The last couple of health points.
Yeah, but I don't I don't like using Sower just for the effect. I think, it's a 5/5 guard. Let's get some value out of the fact that it has guard too. But you're obviously developing less stats in that situation. You're developing 6/7 instead of 8/8. Joe goes for the 8/8.
Well, and then comes Astrid. Beseech the gods, indeed.
Yeah.
And here he
Just-
plays Mudcrab. Let's see. Ice Storm.
He's
I
not
mean,
even happy
Ice Storm
about it,
would be amazing here, or Reverberating Strike even.
I don't know. I don't even think he's happy with Ice Storm, to be honest.
Reverb Strike.
Mouth paws.
Reverberating Strike, he'd be pretty stoked on.
The Reverberating Strike would be the truth, man. Let's see. That doesn't seem like it's gonna be an easy choice, so I'm really curious to see what the options are in the Mudcrab shop.
Yeah. When they take a while, it's always like, oh, it's two good options or it's two bad options.
Yeah,
Word Ball is an absolutely legit guard in this scenario. That
Oh, yeah.
I can see that being a very tough choice because he's not really in the realm of bursting people down. Word Ball has value in aggro, like we were talking about with like just guards being good.
Well, Astrid is gonna have a field day now.
Yep. About to be Contract City.
I'll lead my family to glory.
Just make sure that you play enough cards beforehand so as to not overdraw. Oh, Lord. I didn't even see that. I didn't even see the Archer's Gambit. I'm legitimately upset.
Yep. Everything's gonna die. We can clear everything except for the mud crab here, and then Joe is in a rough spot.
Oh yeah, no. Why everything? If you double contract into Leaf Lurker, I guess.
Yeah, you contract into Leaf Lurker. I mean, your opponent's got two cards. He's just gonna go with the Word Wall instead, which is totally fair.
Yeah, I mean you. Oh, then again, I play the Vigilant Giant next turn anyway, so that's not the issue here.
Yeah.
That is rough.
Yeah, Bleak Coastrel not what he wanted to see, and just gonna be a really rough situation for Joe here.
I mean, he has some decent amount of reach, and the Ray's deck again doesn't have all of the healing unless you rage onto Brynjolf. But,
He's like Mudcrab into Shieldbreaker. We get Vigilant Giant comes down to block this. I mean, he could just Douchenick and Leaf Lurker full clear the board, and your opponent's got two cards. One of them is a Mudcrab card. You're fine.
The void awaits you.
Feel the night love.
I will cut your worth. We must protect our strong.
yeah, Douchnik into the Leaf Lurker.
The
That's
forest.
quite
Needs a sower.
devastating.
He needs a sower off the top, I think.
God damn it, Ian!
All right. Well, we just got some options. Because Ray Ray's gonna be at an effective 8 now. Effective 4 considering the Blood Sacrament in hand. I'm not sure how Joe pushes that last 4 if this Vigilant Giant's the one that comes down.
Oh no! Don't do that now.
He just wants to make it a little bit hard, I guess, for Crossbow.
Viper.
Yeah, Viper is.
Viper is a
what it is.
decent answer. Yeah, it doesn't feel bad. I mean, people have
Scimitar's never getting through, like, ever.
people have kind of forgotten the fact that Viper is in aggressive decks in the old list.
He can clear with just the Shadow Shift if that's what he wants to do, but it looks like he's gonna just fire everything off and get the Viper, which is understandable.
Yeah, I would believe so, and that locks down both lanes.
Although one thing that is interesting is he chose the 8 mana draw over the 4 mana draw because he is drawing off this Viper, so it was interesting to see why he drew in that order.
Well, there are still some runes to break, so the game is not over there yet, and he does get a second Steel Scimitar. Assassin's gonna be some draw.
See my blade coming.
He needs exactly his last Sower. I think his last Sower is the only thing that
I
gets him.
lurk in the shadows.
Yeah.
His last Sower is just straight lethal with Blood Sacrament. I think it has to be final Sower for Joe here. I think that's the only out in his deck. Unless Ray Ray attacks and gives him maybe outs for Orc into Wood Orc. And Ray Ray's counting lethal, so he's going to give him those outs. That's not an Orc.
Move in shadow.
Yeah, this needs to be Sower.
And birth. This is
Ray Ray's got his lethal set up. He's got the
I don't
rage.
think, I don't think you attack here. Like, it's fun. It's fine.
Needs to be sour.
It's squish. It's not sour.
This can potentially buy him a turn, though.
Yeah, he doesn't go for it. Yeah.
12, 15, yeah, just way over. So yeah, I wouldn't have bought him a turn anyway.
You're finished.
Hello.
Here come the orcs.
Death comes on silent wings.
You will die where you stand.
I mean, that soul was pretty far down, so.
Yeah, wasn't it? I mean, he found the other one that to give him even almost a chance there. So
And Ray takes down Trader Joe 2-0 for the grand finals of today's WarpMeta.
no new cards.
No new cards. Who? Isles of Madness? What is this?
Yeah,
I
who
don't
needs
need
it?
that.
Who needs it?
Oh god.
yeah,
meta
well
meta
played.
defining cards, boys.
Glad to see Archer push through. Archer is something I think is really underplayed. Like I was talking with Holiday, I think something that a lot of people don't recognize is maybe you don't need to beat every greedy control deck. Maybe just focus on the decks you think people are going to play, and Archer's good against aggro. They either ban it or it beats them. So just really really strong showing.
Let me just ask a small question. Whether Ray would actually be available for a small interview. I mean, if we have everything set up, we might as well, right?
Sure.
So, let's see though, whether that's an option for today. Just waiting on Ray's answer. So, yeah, that was one hell of a tournament, man.
Yeah.
that was
Joe and Ray making it all the way. Everybody new assumptions about how the meta works, and they're just gonna bring, decks that nobody's playing and make it all the way. Good players will push past pretty much anything. It's really tough to figure out exactly what the best lineups are when you kind of see the same players win regardless of lineup. Like Super Thanks is gonna do well regardless of lineup. People like Joe and Ray and Deer, you see people put in just like consistent showings, and that's good. That speaks to the fact that I think most of these games are decided by skill, and that's a good thing. Unfortunate that we saw as much crap as we did. I'm still on the nerf crap train. I won't harp on about it.
The games get decided by good plays, by good deck building,
Yeah,
and mudcrabs and prophecies.
except for that one time that Mudcrab hit a Withered Hand Cultist against the Tribunal. Yeah, maybe that one.
Okay, so actually we are going to go into an interview very, very soon. We're going to take a 2-minute break as I set everything up and make everything pretty for Ray Barker to join us for, well, a few quick questions and words, and we'll be right back.
Hey.
So, yeah, this is working. Only the names are a little bit wrong, and this is actually not Lasergician, and this is actually not Justin Larson. I'm gonna be changing that up real quick. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is also not the number 44th Elder Scrolls Legends Weekly Tournament. This is number 50, and my name is Lord Kosta. I am joined here by Ianbits as well as Ray Barker, our winner of today's tournament. And Ray, man, congratulations! That was quite an interesting row of victories. How are you doing, friend?
Thanks, I'm doing pretty well. I've been running pretty damn hot today. Yeah.
One can definitely say so. I remember a few very interesting prophecies and top decks, as well as some interesting mud grabs.
yeah, for sure. Like, I think things, a lot of things definitely went my way. I was pretty happy with the majority of decisions I made. Kind of happy with the decks. I should probably look at these new cards though.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question. Is there any card that's like jumping out you're excited to get a chance to try? Maybe if you haven't looked at them all, maybe something that just got played against you.
The knife, the sword, and Squish the Wimpy. They look cool.
Yeah.
And I guess like excited but also not excited, like all like the legendaries.
Yeah.
I mean the unique. Sorry, wrong game.
Yeah.
Like I feel like things have changed in like the 5 months since I've been gone, but
Yeah, it's changed, but you know, old stuff will still work.
yeah.
A lot of times people just kind of forget. We move away from stuff that maybe we didn't need to move away of, and I was really impressed by Archer today. I think it was a really solid build of it, and I'm looking forward to see maybe other people try and experiment with Archer too, because I think that's something a lot of people lumped it with like Spell Sword and Monk as this unplayable class. But if you want Archer to beat aggro, you can beat the heck out of aggro.
Yeah,
Case in
absolutely.
point.
Yeah, because this like sword can go in there. I'm sure there's a bunch of other cards that line up well against aggro, like those kind of fatter guards.
Yeah,
I think. I don't know. You guys would probably know better than I would.
Okay, so
you're the one who just won.
Yeah.
look, man. Okay, the question is like, how does it feel to actually like walk into a tournament where you know, okay, I'm a bit behind on the meta right now, folks. I'm a bit behind on the new cards. So how does it feel to go actually in and then actually winning everything? Like, how does that happen? What's your mental state in that?
It feels great, of course. You know, like it's a cool narrative. You know, just like roll in, dust my shoulders off, win, smoke a cigarette, and bounce. But even more so because I think I've come second like 7 times. I've never won a WarpMeta.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't have that stat in mind, at least.
I
Well,
lost.
congratulations on your very first victory.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Oh, thanks.
And yeah, like so, like a ton of seconds, even more quarterfinals, like you know, for what they're worth. But yeah, it feels great, and I think I might just retire.
Just go back to the
I know.
Yeah, guys, I came in, you know, just showing that I can win a warp meta. That's fine. Then leave it at that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Undefeated 2019. So
Yeah, it's one of those things, and because like Joe's been an end boss for me so many times as well.
Yeah.
That, like, you know, he's the regulator. Like, you know, you're doing well, you get through a bunch of people, and then you like get to semis and hit Joe, and you just get fucking crushed.
Yep.
Because you're so lucky.
Such a freaking lucker dog.
Yeah.
Oh god. I mean both of your runs. Like we watched several of your games, not just the final and semifinals. So both of your runs have been quite astonishing, to be honest, to watch. I don't know. You probably didn't get to watch a lot of Joe's matches, but there were some insane ones in there as well.
A couple.
A couple.
I saw a couple. Yeah.
So one of the questions is, okay, so how did you decide to go for these decks, right? You must be thinking, okay, I know how to play these and go for them. But what were the decisions involved? You
So
can
it
say
was-
you just picked the first 3 on your list. I will believe you if you say that. That's
Well,
fine.
it wasn't quite like that. So I've played like a bunch of decks and just like faffed around. I got from like rank 12 to I think rank 8 maybe.
Mhm.
I more just like utilizing what I thought I was best at, and B would have a chance of executing a reasonably linear and powerful game plan against what other people were doing, but in a short amount of time. So yeah,
It worked.
that's about it really.
You definitely see it, and the Archer was very direct. It wasn't you see like a lot of people do like maybe trying your journey variants. Yours was just I'm just gonna put powerful creatures in the deck and I'm gonna put defensive tools in the deck, and then that's gonna work its way. So.
Yeah, that was the plan. Although I couldn't say that I actually recommend the Telvanni because I never played it.
Yeah, everybody just banned it.
Yeah, so I never got to play it. Hlalu carried a lot of it, and Archer did the rest.
It was great. It was just great to watch. That's that's my takeaway of it. That's for sure. I think which of the 3 is your favorite? Out of the 3 you played, which one was like okay, yeah? Which one do you feel the most comfortable on? Is probably the best question.
I mean, like Telvanni if I'm playing for pure joy, but if I want to win, probably Hlalu. I don't know. I think that I really enjoy playing decks like that, though I usually don't. I usually opt to
Okay, let me
play
turn this question around.
greedy nonsense. Or
Let me turn this
decks.
question around then. Which of the decks of your opponents were you like either most nervous about or like really did not want to deal with? Like what were your insta bans, so to speak, and why? With
A
the
whole bunch
lineup
of
you had,
a whole bunch of Dagoth decks, just because dealing with hand in particular, but like strong drain and ward units, whether I'm trying to go under or over them, just the lineup I had ward is, I'm dealing with like ping and lethal based removal with a lot of it, or just aggro units and.
I think Ianbits
Yeah,
internet
so
just
it's like
died.
a riddle.
Ah, there. He's back. Never mind.
Really?
Don't mind me. He just vanishes sporadically at the moment. Ian, do you have any further questions?
I'm guessing I sound like a robot right now because
No,
AT&T
it's fine.
hates me.
It's fine.
Okay. No, I think I'm good. Congratulations, Ray. It's good to see you back, and good to see you have success today, man. It was really fun to watch.
Thanks very much, and thanks for casting. You guys did really good as well.
Thanks very much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you very much.
We do
Pleasure.
hope to see you. We do hope to see you again, even though that was like the perfect run, and you can now retire. Like, if you ever feel like it, come back around.
Just beat Joe,
Yeah.
mic drop, and be gone.
Yeah, basically. No, but I hopefully see you next week with some new cards.
Yeah, we do. For the upcoming tournaments, just to quickly announce that we will be doing tournaments next month. It's likely going to be the same thing as this month, where it's going to be 2 tournaments. It's looking like we're not going to have the issue resolved to do the expanded WarpMeta quite yet. If we do over the next couple of days, we'll switch that up. If not, we'll be doing the same thing we did this month. Automaton's going to have some more info for you guys on that in sometime early next week.
Okay, well, with that said, I think it's time to wrap it up. Thank you all for watching. It has been an absolute blast today. I still can't get over the hype. thanks again to all of the players participating. We had a ton of new names that just came out of nowhere, and it makes me happy to see that when we have so many new players still after at least 50 warp metas, right?
Yeah.
So again, congratulations, Ray. I hope you had fun in this tournament. And what else? Ian?
I did. See you next time.
Yeah,
Thanks for watching, guys.
see you next week. Thanks
Peace.
again to Automaton and Shannara for making all of this possible, and Ian, who has been taking a bigger role. Yeah, let me just zip.
Zoop.
There we go. We're back to normal. No, it's still not working. Okay, there we go. Production is hard, folks. Don't let anyone else tell you anything. Well, I think that's all. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for participating, and hopefully see you in March. Have a nice evening, and goodbye, friends.
Guys.